And there's my big giant head up on the screen. Always a good sign. Things are probably working fairly well as expected. Anyway, I am Big Ed Mustafa. I will be your host for the next few hours. And there's my big giant head up on the screen. And I forgot to mute myself. There we go. Anyhow, welcome to Adventures After Dark. We're going to continue adventuring with Little Ed Mustafa, my 70th level burglar on Brandywine. He's a member of the 40 Thieves. And he has been working Mirkwood. He's pretty far along in Mirkwood, and probably high enough level he ought to move on, but I'm just kind of obsessive-compulsive about making sure I get Ambassador to the Elves on all of my characters. So we're going to keep working him up, at least until he gets to Kindred Rep, and that will take a few more quests. I'm pretty close to the Great River region, so we'll probably move on to that at some point. I don't know if it'll happen on this stream or not, but we'll have to wait and see. Okay, stream's looking good as far as I can tell. Feel free to let me know if you're not experiencing a smooth stream, and we'll try to figure it out from there. Hobnanigans is here. That's super exciting. Let's see where we're at. Pristine webbing, obsidian gems, Sylvan records. Scout the southeast ruins, so
what can I do?
Let's make sure I'm going to the right place. Good thing I checked. Ninth Pond, hello, how goes it tonight? Thank you for popping by. So what else we have going on in LOTRO land tonight on Twitch? Charles Warmonk is streaming. We've got me streaming. That's super exciting. Crazy Trick in the Lone Lands. And Eldolith is streaming The Walking Dead. That's weird that doesn't show up on my live channels list. Who knew? Oh, there we go. I had to hit show all. So Red Cloud is streaming right now. Very cool. Jory Emilio. And lots of other folks streaming lots of games. It's good to see, though. We've got 4 or 5 people streaming LOTRO at the moment. I think Bloodborne's going to be kicking off here in a little while as well. So there will be lots and lots of different streams to keep you entertained. Sargareth, hello, howdy. I'm doing okay, Ninth Pawn. I'm a little wore down from the week, but I haven't gotten a lot of playing time in, so I'm actually excited to be on LOTRO tonight. Not that I don't always look forward to it, but you know, when you go a week without hardly playing at all.
The road of the Maladream also that
Hide
of
behind
Rhaegar?
stones. I can do that. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to playing tonight. So it's good to be here. Looks like we're doing okay on pack space. The hobbits have sent me silver scraps. A good chunk's worth. Always nice to see. And what do we got in the mailbox? Auction expired. Boo! Olip is not taking the fish I mail him. Stealth Arena did not take her fishing pole. And nobody wanted to buy my Khazad Skarn. Alright. Well. We defeated that goblin spy. He did not make it. Well, and hopefully we'll all have plenty of viewers watching as well. That's the other side of that equation. If an orc were to fall in the woods and nobody was viewing Twitch, would it have really died? Yeah, I'd say as long as the server still gives you experience points, I'd say yes. All up in you. Howdy. For those of you who have my Discord chat channel, I am on Discord. You're welcome to join me if you want to chat directly, or you can keep typing. I'm just glad you're here. There's that last upright stone. Alright, they all went boom. I don't think I've got the... Oh, I do have the shards of Twilight. Okay, good. I gotta collect obsidian gems. Hi, maiden! It's good to be seen. I was just telling Ninth Pawn I am just happy to be playing. We've been having to get up extra early so I can help the wife get showered and dressed and off to work. I've been driving her, and then I'm getting my butt to work, and makes for longer days. So I have not had hardly any playing time. Ninth Pawn assures me all is well with him. How have All Up and Maiden been, and how is Sargareth's week going? Hey, Deathman. Good to see you too. Well, I appreciate you giving me credit there, Maiden, but my wife and I have a simple agreement. I do as I'm told and I won't get hurt, so... She's shaking her fist at me from the hallway right now. She knows I was talking about her without her permission. She's cruel, but normally fair. That's really all you can ask. And hi to Forte Maestro. Saw your stream. Hope everything went great for you tonight. And we got to drop a few more shards of Twilight here. Should I be a big burglar and approaching stealth? Probably. Just feeling a little lazy tonight. That's kind of the problem with a burglar, though. When you're hunting stuff that's green to you, you can develop some sloppy habits, and then when you go back to a zone where you're fighting yellows and oranges, you learn really quick that you can't be shortcutting. Gotta go in with both daggers twirling. Otherwise you won't like the results of combat, I can promise you that. Alright, we're done with those. Santa Ed Claus. Hi, Zinger. Thanks for popping by. Again, I do have Discord up. If you want to insult me directly instead of having to type out your insults, please feel free. But you certainly don't have to. I'm just glad you're here. Let's go find some more goblin spies and stab them a bunch of times. Do I need to kill a bunch of crows? Yeah, but only for Slayer Deed. Okay, that can wait. Do I need to kill these yet? Yep, I do. If you have a burglar and you haven't gotten coup de grace yet, get coup de grace. I think it's French for goodbye, sucker. I could be wrong about that, though. I never took French. Hi, Fatherboard. Welcome, welcome. Exactly. Coupe de Ville, Coupe de Gras. It's easy to get those confused. Five of 6 on glowing glands. Shard of Twilight. Still need one more glowing gland. That's probably my guy.
Hello.
Well, hi, Eldolith. How are you?
I'd be better if I were streaming too.
I
What
was just going to
Twitch server are
say,
you going through at the moment?
I am on Chicago. I had to change a
Yeah,
couple weeks ago, and usually Chicago doesn't work for me, but it did the night I switched, and I haven't changed off of it yet.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to have to switch because I tried 3 times streaming and within minutes got bumped off of Dallas. And I just ran the Twitch test. Well, I was telling Forte when he was streaming before because his was having some buffering issues. There's a lot going on right now as far as conventions and stuff, apparently by my Twitter blowing up recently.
Well, I know BlizzCon's going on. Where's BlizzCon at? Yeah.
I have no clue, honestly, but I do know that when I looked up front page of Twitch before I went live, there was Overworld Cup going. What was the other one? Hearthstone World Championship, Overwatch, 1,000 viewers. Hearthstone had 132,000 viewers on their World Championship. And Heroes of the Storm Championship had 24K viewers or something. And I think Smash some.
Hello? You just sort of faded out there mid-sentence, Eldolith.
What was that sound?
That sound? Who's getting that started? This isn't even Maiden of Rohan stream. Let's not be hitting the doorbell.
Yeah, I have no clue what that one was. It looks like
Hi, Soulless Ginger.
202 kilobytes per second with a ping of 232, and that's actually got the most bandwidth of anywhere near us right now.
Which
the one
one?
that kept bumping Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Dallas right now, which was what was bumping me off every minute or so, 32 kilobytes per second bandwidth.
Well, I
Yeah.
guess we should just be grateful that the outrageous crime rate in Chicago keeps them not friendly for conventions. Otherwise, we wouldn't have
Guess.
any servers to play on.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Virginia's at 150 kilobytes per second with a 66 ping. So maybe I'll try that first. But good to know. I wondered about that. I was like, he. What'd he swap to? Yeah,
Yeah,
that
usually
definitely
I
looks like
use the
it's.
San Jose server, but I had problems a
Really?
couple of weeks ago.
I've always used the Dallas one because it always had the lowest ping for me.
It's not always about ping.
Yeah, I know. Bandwidth and quality as well. So right now, the only ones that are actually showing a quality indicator at all is San Francisco and Los Angeles. All the rest are showing zero quality.
Singer, did you find a doorbell chime to play? Shame on you.
All right, I'm gonna pop back out and try and go live again.
All right, have fun playing The Walking Dead. Hopefully, I'll talk to you again soon.
Yep. See you in a bit.
Bye. That's the weirdest thing all up. I thought you'd been playing your burglar regularly, but some of the fish that I mailed to you bounced back to me. I know you wouldn't intentionally leave fish I sent you in your mailbox. That would be wrong. Evil Twin, howdy, bud. How's it going? Maiden said if we cut it out with the doorbell chime, she'd go ahead and tell her lawyer not to send the restraining order. So we got to be on our best behavior. I noticed something unusual nearby. I wonder what it could be. Odd footprints. Footprints in the mud. Wow, that's awesome, Maiden. Mrs. Mustafa can only paint her right fingernails by herself. Are we still worried about Mormons? Yeah, actually, Maiden, Mrs. Mustafa's got me pretty well booked for the whole weekend, so you may as well go ahead and brush your hair by yourself, too.
Well, hey there, partner.
Hi, partner. Or should I call you darling?
Whatever you say, Clementine.
Hey there, darling partner. I've explored the southern ruins. How has your week been going, Zinger?
Pretty good. And yourself?
Not too bad. Just been
How's the
busy.
missus doing?
Mrs. is doing good. We got her x-rayed on Tuesday. Doctor says the shoulder's looking good as long as she takes it easy. He expects she'll be fine without surgery. So
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to having her back to fetching 2 Coke Zeros at a time here in the not too distant future. Just kidding. We buy big enough bottles that I only need them one at a time, so it's not even really a thing.
Hello, Big Ed. Hello, Zinger.
Hi, Ninth Pawn. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. How about you guys?
Not too bad.
Hello there, Knights.
Hi, Zinger.
So, Bloodborne tonight, they're running Dragoth, is that right?
No, that's Charles is doing Dragout, or he's. Oh, I don't know. Actually, I don't know what he's doing. I know that Charles is doing Tharlog. I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure what Blood's doing.
I think Tharlog is the prerequisite quest, and Charles is probably running it because I think Blood wants to do it in a full raid if he can get enough people on Arkenstone.
Oh, well, I mean Thorlog. He's the
Thorlog.
He's the final boss in the Helagrad raids.
Oh, okay.
The prerequisite is like a quest or two from Galtreb, I think, for the to unlock Dragok.
Oh, okay. Still need some goblin spies, and I need to defeat Crebain. Hey, it's a goblin spy. Almost as if I asked for him. Hi, Aternay. Glad you're enjoying Evendom. Hey, at least you're staying up late to play LOTRO and not watching bad TV. That's the worst, when it's like 2:30 or 3 a.m. and you're like, I've already seen Roadhouse 27 times. Why did I stay up to watch it edited for television? What was I thinking? Everybody has a guilty pleasure movie like that that you just can't flip past. For some people, it's Caddyshack. For others, it might be Stripes. Air Force One, where Harrison Ford is the ass-kicking president, as David Letterman coined.
I also used to have an addiction over Con Air, but I got over that one.
Con Air's pretty watchable, except for Nicolas Cage's attempt at a southern accent. That's just slightly disturbing. That's awesome. Throwing a rock hardly ever stuns anything, and it's surprising when it actually does because you're not expecting it. You're like, what the hell just happened? This part of Mirkwood is actually pleasant. Oh, come on, all up. Confess to what your must-watch movie is. I already confessed to Roadhouse.
Is it the stuff you used to have to go in the special section of the video store?
I'm guessing it's Titanic.
Well, All Up just kind of gushes over anything with Leo DiCaprio in it, but Titanic is extra special.
Might be Driving Miss Daisy. We really don't know yet.
Jessica Tandy's a handsome woman. There's nothing wrong with liking that movie. If I had one dumb wish, I wish that you could use aim to charge up your throwing hatchet attack. And just whack the crap out of something from a distance with a burglar's throwing hatchet. That would be cool.
I've never heard it mentioned that way, but I completely agree with all opinion on that last statement.
Oh, Zellweger?
Yeah, that's who he's talking about.
Yeah. Maiden, glad you're liking the beard. Mrs. Mustafa hates it, but that's okay. Just makes her all the happier when I finally shave it off. Plus, shaving it off is an easy way for me to look like 12 years younger, like instantly. I didn't think Renee Zellweger was in Titanic.
She isn't. It's like Kate Winslet or something. Somebody like that.
Yep. Okay, let's all take turns trying to guess All Up's guilty pleasure movie. I'm going to guess either Brokeback Mountain or Midnight Cowboy. Leaning towards Midnight Cowboy because of the whole Texan thing. Shave the right half of my face and look 6 years younger. It's a good compromise.
How can I be of service?
Oh, this always bugs me. You come here and try to talk to the NPCs, and they've got this dialogue going on. If you try to click on the one who's talking, you can't advance the quest. It makes you want to choke people. Quit talking so I can click on you, idiot. There we go.
Mind my words.
What do you mean? Negavant, will you lend me your ear? Mind my words, traveler.
Might you spare a moment of your time?
House Guest is a solid film.
Okay, I actually did pick up that last quest there. Forge Master.
Hail, friend, and well met.
Although when I think of Olive, I think more like Mean Girls or something.
House Guest was Sinbad. Ah, well. Most any Schwarzenegger movie you have to stop and watch. No matter how ashamed you feel.
For the Golden Host is not safe for the
Kindergarten Cop hype.
Exactly. Why are you crying? There's no crying in kindergarten. Not my best Schwarzenegger. Although I did.
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
You will tell me everything or I will break you.
It's not a tumor.
Maiden will be interested to know we went to a German restaurant for dinner tonight here in town, Gerda's, and I ordered a dish called, my wife laughed at my pronunciation, so I have to try to do it better. Roomladan. No. Rouladan. The emphasis is on the second syllable. Anyway, so the wife made fun of me. It's basically a sauerbraten, marinated roast beef, wrapped with pickles, bacon, and mustard, and served with home-style fried potatoes, and it was just fantastic. After my wife corrected my pronunciation, I was like, "Get the rouladan to the chopper," and I nailed it pretty good. That was better that time. If you throw in "to the chopper," that kind of helps you get into character with Schwarzenegger. He attacked my goat. Oh, I gotta go to the Scuttle Dells. I hate the Scuttle Dells.
I pretty much always skip the Scuttle Dells in the map. Usually for me, Mirkwood's more like doing the epic line to unlock the skirmishes.
I have to confess, I've been thinking about it, and if I've ever seen House Guest with Sinbad, I don't remember it. Saving Ryan's Privates.
Well, you totally could have seen that movie, and your mind might be blanking it out just to protect you.
Exactly. Like with Ullip and his Scoutmaster. Basically the same thing. Well, if the carp's still alive, then it isn't smelly. 3-day dead carp would be very smelly. Kiwi cheese is better than Wisconsin cheese? Actually, they probably have a lot of sheep's milk cheese over there. I'll bet it is good. Yeah, but being the best cheese in America is like being the best soccer team in America. I mean, that's really not that much of a adulation. There we go. Cop's custard too. That's disturbing. Mirkwood stag, more crows. I think the first time I came through Mirkwood, these crows would auto-aggro you, and you had to fight a crow like every 3 feet, and it was really aggravating. Or I'm misremembering it, one of the two. Pool of Tranquility. Anybody guess what happens next? There's my fishing pole. I didn't get the message to Lagan in time. I didn't even know I had a timed quest. Who knew? Big mouth bass, nice trophy. How strong would a milkmaid have to be to milk a buffalo?
Man, if I had $1 for every time I heard that sentence.
Exactly. Drunken goat cheese. Tricky three-spined. I am pulling some trophies. Ninth pawn, look at you remembering that you have a burglar on Brandywine. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I just kind of signed in. I don't even remember this character now. Who the hell are the 40 Thieves? Seems like a shady group.
I don't know. We've been kind of rudderless ever since our kin chief wandered off and hasn't returned. Too busy watching Sinbad or something. I don't know what's going on there. I blinked out there for a second. I thought I was grinding my hunter. I'm like, oh yeah, I should check for evil spirits while I'm here. Wait, where's my tracking skill? Never get your grinds crossed up from one character to the other. Will leave you absolutely baffled.
Will you lend me your ear? Stay a moment.
Mind my words, traveler. Mind my words, traveler. Mind my words, traveler.
I will mind your words. If I could just get all of the crows to fight all of the dogs here in the Scuttle Dells, that would be awesome. Are you confusing Van Gogh with Picasso there, Deathman? Oh good, we've got a rare elite. We're gonna take him down. I thought that was supposed to fix itself. It's the low pond.
What, the streamer command?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you have to manually to switch your name on it every time.
I looked at it in MooBot and didn't Elda change it to days of the week now? That could be. Somebody edited it for me. Was that you, Maiden? Thank you.
Yeah, not that I do it myself, but I know some people have had trouble, like, because you have to update it, but then you have to turn it back on or something. Like, you have to re-enable it for your name. I don't know. But I mean, I assume people would probably want to watch Forte over you anyway. Oops, did I say that out loud?
That's okay. I was thinking the same thing. Oh, I have to defeat Scuttledell crows. I had no idea. I was kind of laughing when I saw he was playing a burglar too. It's like we went from nobody ever streaming a burglar ever to only streaming burglars on every LOTRO channel there is. Might be why Bloodborne's so popular. He doesn't stream as burglar. And the hair. He's just man
Yes, you guys
pretty.
were just trendsetters with the burglars.
I
Now
guess.
everybody's got one.
That's if we ever did an all LOTRO streamer remake of Roadhouse, I would want Bloodborne to be Dalton. He is man pretty just like Patrick Swayze. I think that would just be great casting.
You have got Roadhouse on the mind tonight.
I do. It's a classic. I bought it on Blu-ray like 3 or 4 years ago, and it's still in the original shrink wrap. Eventually, I'll come down with the flu, and it'll be like, Pookie, would you just get me some soup, and I'll just hang out on the couch and watch Roadhouse? But I can't get the flu until her broken shoulder heals, or else there won't be anybody to take care of me when I'm sick. She won't let me hire a private nurse when there's nothing wrong with me.
It doesn't have to be something wrong with you to need a private nurse.
Exactly. That was my argument. I told her it was purely for precautionary and sexual reasons, but she didn't buy the argument. I always have a dickens of a time trying to find all of the cocooned elves, so I'm just going to jump down. What character would Ninth be? That's a good question. I don't see Ninth as the auto parts store owner. He was too likable.
Yeah, I guess that'd have to be one of his, like, the bad guy's lackeys or something.
We'll have to sort out a roster, and then maybe Zinger can put like a promotional poster together promoting the LOTRO streamers Playhouse presents Roadhouse or something.
All right, that disturbance you're feeling, Big Ed, I'm just vendoring off fish. Don't worry, I've got it totally...
Why would you do that? Fish are the most valuable thing in all of Middle Earth.
All right. I've still got them in the buyback function.
Okay. What we need to do is find Allup's personal cottage and go put him directly into his storage chest. That way he can't forget to take him out of his mailbox. Well, if you're playing a Hobbit and you haven't finished Enmity of the Spiders, the Scuttle Dells is a good place to go. You'll get it wrapped right up here. Yeah, some of these are long falls. You have to watch your step. Hi, Jerosi. How's it going? Rohan House. It's got potential. That kind of casts Maiden of Rohan in as Kelly Lynch's character, and I think Gussie Moose would be seriously pissed if she doesn't get to play the romantic lead.
Alright, I have 3 fishing rods in my inventory. Big Ed, have you been logging on to Pond?
Nope, you're just lucky. I still haven't heard a good explanation for why burglars and champions can't dual-wield fishing rods. I think being able to complete your fishing skills in half the time would be a real boon to both classes. Considering the huge emphasis that most good LOTRO players place on fishing.
Yeah, there is no more prestigious title than Lord of the Streams.
What do I have as a title? Oh, World Renowned. I was pretty happy with that when I got it. We should switch it back. Okay, quick vote in chat. Type either Lord of Streams or the Complete Angler, depending on which important prestigious title you want me to display. Lord of the Streams?
I think Lord of the Streams is definitely better in terms of like a Twitch thing.
I suppose. Well, we got 2 votes for Complete Angler, though.
One vote for Complete Angler, and we have Olip's pet name for you.
Complete Angler. We'll stick with Angler. The Complete Angler. How do you see me? Oh, I'm poisoned. That would have been a lot easier to notice if I weren't in first person mode. And now I'm not. My friend Maiden of Rohan has just started watching.
No, she hasn't. She's been in here for like 20 minutes.
I know, I don't know why that just popped up. Oh yeah, I can actually remove poison while moving. That's a very happy thing. Lost loot! Supreme Jeweler scroll case. Oh, the humanity. We'll go up this way, I guess. Sure, I know using coup de grace on a crow is unfair, but it is kind of funny. Oh, don't tell me that goes back into the spider cave? There's only one way out of here. Can't believe there's still no armored war goats in update 19. Oh yeah, I still have to kill more crows. Sounds like a good time, Jerosi. Lore Masters are fun. It always amuses me to like run across like 3 orcs sitting around a campfire. They're just kind of minding their own business, and you send a giant bear in there to attack and eat them. They don't know what hit them, and the whole time like they're being torn to pieces by your pet bear, you're out like picking up pieces of wood or gathering pieces of rhubarb for your buddy all up or whatever.
Or vendoring fish when Big Ed Mustafa's not paying attention.
Exactly. It's a cocooned elf. I've got the Bluetooth audio system in my Camry, and we were at, oddly enough, we were at Walmart one night, and my wife was inside picking up more Coke Zero, and I was watching All Up on my phone and streaming it through the stereo system. That was pretty funny. And All Up even asked me, "Hey, what you up to, bud?" And I was like, "I'm at Walmart picking up more Coke Zero." I used to not be a big Walmart shopper. I find the stores to be poorly laid out in my mind, and they're always super crowded, and it's hard to park, and weird stuff always happens. And then they built one of their neighborhood groceries right up the street from where we live. So it's like the closest place to buy food. And then I found out that if you order merchandise off of their website, no matter what it is, you can have it shipped to the neighborhood grocery. So you don't have to go fight the crowds and stuff to pick up your orders. So I had a few things last Christmas that I bought and had shipped to the local neighborhood grocery. That worked out well. Just a few Walmart shopping tips for you. We're full service here at Adventures After Dark. Any LOTRO streamer can tell you how to play LOTRO better, but will they tell you how to do your Christmas shopping more conveniently? That's just part of the value add that you get here at no extra charge with me, Big Ed Mustafa. Deathman, what are you waiting for? You got to get that warden up to 200 fishing. And hurry. I haven't killed a black dog yet. I'm going to kill one just because. Even though it's a great Zeppelin song. Also, Black Dog was a Patrick Swayze movie, who was the star of Roadhouse. Well, that was a cocooned elf. He doesn't count for some reason. Yeah, I agree. I normally used to avoid Walmarts whenever I could. There's still plenty about the local neighborhood grocery Walmart that annoys the crap out of me, too. Not the least of which is that they actually run out of Coke Zero all the time. But a lot of the other local supermarkets do as well. I'm not the only person in Omaha who craves it, apparently. In fact, my wife was telling me she was talking to one of her coworkers the other day. She's like, I just absolutely love Coke Zero. It's the greatest. And she literally just went, shut up. She didn't even want to hear it from him. I've killed enough crows for the Crow Slayer quest. That's a good thing. Cool. Back at the low pond. I slid into a cushiony pool of water. How could I have hurt myself? Yeah, you're in Coca-Cola country there, Sargareth. I'd keep that a secret. It's one thing if you just have a preference for one cola or the other. If you're talking to somebody that Coca-Cola puts food on their table, they're probably not going to want to hear about Pepsi Max. Although I saw they repackaged it, and I just saw a commercial the other day where they were showing the can, and it says in little letters at the top, Max Taste, and then it says Pepsi, and then below it says with in little letters, and then zero in big letters, and then calories in little letters. So when you look at the can, from the first glance, it looks like it says Pepsi Zero, which I thought was hilarious. I have a feeling one of those colas outsells the other one by a pretty wide margin, to the point where Pepsi's doing everything they can to rebrand themselves. Just a hunch, I don't know for sure.
Well, I think it may have been a little while since I was last in Brandywine. They repossessed my house.
Wow, you haven't played in a while.
Or I just let it get down without maintenance, without really paying attention to it. I think it's more that, but...
Yeah, I know there was one point where I was paying a couple maintenances for some houses that allowed other people to pay maintenances, so I don't know whose I did.
Oh, I'm good through April. Or that's the kinship house.
Yeah, I know yours should be good because I know you had yours unlocked for other people to pay.
Looks like mine's also April. I think you'd paid mine up a while back, so I went ahead and paid all the maintenance for the kinship house as far out as I could. Did I wander out of the Scuttle Dells? I did. Oh, these still attack you. Okay. That's interesting. Not all crows in Mirkwood aggro the same.
And tell Mitra, he's in Mirkwood right now. He's about in the middle of it or so.
Who is?
Someone in the chat was asking whereabouts where you were playing right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, hi, Thelomitra. Yeah. Ostgalith.
Might you spare
All right,
a
Ed,
moment
we
of your
don't need to
time?
be in crisis mode anymore. My fish trophies did not get repossessed
Oh.
in the eviction.
Thank goodness. Although I have a pretty good suspicion I could have gotten you restocked relatively quickly. If you're on the Brandywine server or Arkenstone or Crick Hollow and you need a couple of dozen fish trophies, just drop me a note. Will not be a problem. First milestone, get the message quickly. This is the quest I failed earlier because I didn't notice I had a timed quest. Well, and for some reason, along the road west. Okay.
All right, the perfect perch is back on the wall. We can all rest easy now.
Oh, fantastic. Now, I just landed a bigmouth bass here in Mirkwood, so if you want an upgrade, just let me know.
Now, I think I'm good with the dace, the perch, and the barbell.
Okay. "31st level warden." That's a good time. I like my wardens, but people who normally play wardens tell me I'm no good at it, so it hurts my feelings.
Yeah, I don't mind my warden until I don't play it for a month and then come back and forget all the combos.
Well, my basic gambits I have down pretty well. I don't have a problem remembering those. But it's just all the stuff like it's the stuff that the game doesn't teach you when you're playing your character, like morale taps and your stackable combos and stuff like that.
Oh, come on. The warden codes are easy. It's up, up, down, down, left, right, BA star. Oh, wait, that's Contra. Never
That's
mind.
Contra and Wardens. Somebody in the Haunted Inn needs a talking to, apparently. And I didn't lose the timer this time. That's a good deal.
of service.
Hello, Belconia.
Hi, Bill. Yeah, actually, I found the Warden really fun to play, kind of casual solo. I mean, they're plenty strong and versatile enough without knowing all the little intricacies of maxing them out. I mean, the stackables and the life taps and stuff are good to know, but they play pretty strong even if you don't know them. In fact, I first started my Warden almost as an experiment just to try out the class, not even knowing if I was going to keep him or not. And I just had so much fun playing him. I was tearing through content and did not play him very long, and I had him up to 40th level like really quickly. And it was like, oh, dang. I mean, they've got pretty good attack strength combined with solid defenses and a good ranged attack and good travel skills. They're probably, from a solo play point, one of the most versatile character classes. Not including Bjornings. I've never played a Bjorning, so I'm sure they're wonderful too.
Yeah, the part I'm still really struggling with is the masters and like getting the right masters to match up the gambits I want and stuff.
Zephyr Zapper, thank you for asking about giveaways. We are going to give away 10 turbine points as soon as I get my 10,000th follower over on my personal channel. I think I'm at 288 right now, so if we can get another 9,700 or so folks in here tonight, we can do the turbine point giveaway.
And there will be giveaways of fish trophies every hour on the hour.
Yes.
And I mean, I think it's plausible if you just put like BlizzCon tournament in your title or something.
That could be. So if you haven't had a chance to follow my personal channel yet, by all means, feel free to give me some love. Since I am a streamer, I am desperate for your approval and for your adoration. So feel free to toss me a follow. And eventually, if my wife's arm ever heals, I'll actually show back up on my personal channel. I don't think I've had a chance to stream on there this week, so look at that, I got a follow. It's just like public TV. If you beg, sometimes somebody will come through for you. Who knew?
Yeah, they were going to repossess your Twitch channel too, but luckily you'd set the maintenance that anybody could pay, and Zinger went around and took care of it for you.
That's awesome. And Zephyr, thank you for the follow, my friend. That was very kind of you after I answered your question semi-sarcastically about the giveaways. I really would give away 10 turbine points tonight if I could get an extra 9,700 follows. I will stand by that statement.
They should make 10 turbine point codes just so we can give them out as jokes.
Well, I think the closest to that is the Steely Dawn pack.
Yeah, that's true. If you know where to shop, that could only be like $1 or $2.
It would be kind of neat if they made it like an item in game that only burgles can burgle, or burglars can burgle. You know, just like how Ed found that 7-day travel thing that like it's not an item that's usually available in game, but just throw it into the burgle loot table.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Well, really, if I pulled one, though, I mean, that has to drop fairly frequently, like 1 in 50,000.
Sure, added to the fact that you don't burgle every time.
exactly. It's an engraved stone. Didn't really get flagged for the white quests here. Stealth is usually not that effective against undead. But if it can save me from one or two unnecessary fights, then that's part of the problem. Oh, yeah. As soon as you get hit with fear damage, it knocks you out of stealth. If you're relatively new to the LOTRO channel here at LOTRO Stream on Twitch, feel free to check out the other LOTRO team members. Now, how did that not work? I thought it was LOTRO Team. LOTRO Steam, LOTRO Stream.
That one is per day. So, it's like you would put in, because the command was getting too long to fit into one command. Like, there were so many people, so you have to do it per day for each one.
Alright, well, I'll just give shout outs to other streamers that are here in the channel, or at least were till I board them. That would include Maiden of Rohan, All Up Enya, that's going to be a problem. I don't think I can remember how to type Evil Twin. There's too many X's in it. Who else do we have here in chat that's also a LOTRO streamer, whether or not you're on LOTRO stream or not? Gussie Moose, yep, she's one. We'll give Gussie Moose a shout out. She deserves some love. And in fact, her channel is Gussie Moose 1, which could make her a little hard to find because we often just call her Gussie. Just type the days of the week. What if I can't remember them all? That's a lot. What is it? Shout out. Well, let's start with Sunday. Follow Sunday over at Twitch. Sunday. How does that work? There you go. Thanks, Ninth Pawn. So
Sure, no problem.
we have tons and tons and tons of great streamers. Not just on LOTRO Stream, although it's certainly a terrific collection of LOTRO streamers, but a lot of great independents. I think I'm hosting Crazy Trick on my personal channel right now. Navy D-Boy, I haven't seen him in a little while. Silver Star 7, Tea Time, she's from Finland. Mostly streams Final Fantasy 14, but streams some LOTRO occasionally. A lot of folks who were on the stream team weren't just a month or two ago. We've added lots of new folks, which is terrific. And our goal is to bring you LOTRO streams 24/7. Collect venom samples from spiders in the scuttle dells. Would have been a good quest to have when I went and killed 100 spiders a little while ago. That's okay, I'll go kill 100 more. Icy Witch is another Twitch streamer who streams in the day. Doesn't have a huge following, but she's a good, consistent streamer. Anybody seen Chrysophylax Eye on in a while? I used to watch him all the time during the day when I was at the office, and I think he might still be playing Legions ever since the WoW expansion came out. Good guy though, good streamer, fun to watch. So there's lots and lots and lots of good LOTRO streamers out there, and they're the folks who keep LOTRO out in the public eye and remind folks, A, that the game's still around, B, that it's healthy, C, that it's super fun to play. So if you play LOTRO and you've got any inclination to stream it at all, by all means, please come and join us in the fun. You can help be LOTRO's best marketing arm. Just help us show off the game on a regular basis and remind people that there is such a thing. And if you're really lucky, you'll get to make great new friends like Zinger and Ninth Pawn and have them insult you the whole time you're playing. And rightfully so in my case.
We insult out of love.
Exactly.
But just so we don't crush some people's hopes here, even if you aren't a LOTRO streamer, I will still insult you and make fun of you.
Yeah, you don't have to stream
I don't
LOTRO,
discriminate.
but it helps.
There's enough hate here for everybody.
If you don't stream LOTRO, though, it might take Zinger or Ninth Pawn a while to find you. You can also check out Ninth Pawn's stream over at pegelarmy.com.
Yeah, no Peggle stream yet.
Oh, okay.
For one thing, I've been derailed by another game, like Plants vs. Zombies. I've been kind of getting into that one lately.
Sweet. And hello to Shoemaker, Technical 13. Welcome to the stream, bud. Good to see you. I must have my microphone right in the way. I'm like, is anybody watching me? How many people are watching the stream? There it is. We have 15 viewers right now. That's not too bad for Friday night, especially when there's a lot of LOTRO streams going. I'm glad you guys are here. For one thing, my wife gets worried if I'm talking to myself and there isn't anybody else here. And for another, it's more fun to stream with friends. I'm dropping loot again. I'm just about to the point where I don't think I care. I'm dropping loot.
Why'd you spatter moments of your time?
I don't know. With my luck, it always seems to be something that would have actually been useful had I bothered to take it out of the limbo, you know?
Yep, I hear you there. That's why I do go in and look occasionally, and I'm looking down this list going, don't care, don't care, don't care. Yeah, that's all basically droppable junk.
Might you spare a moment?
Now I got tagged to go kill some whites. There we go.
For one thing, fish go directly to your inventory, so you really don't have to worry about dropping the loot.
Exactly. Actually, one of the more memorable streams I've seen, Deathman, was Ala Benya's famous Jägermeister night when he was streaming Slither. That was pretty epic. Mirkwood is like an expansion. It was the second expansion to LOTRO, is that correct? Right after Mines of Moria?
I believe you are correct, yes.
I have a 9th year player portrait, but I came to LOTRO in a rather circuitous route. Due to a previous game that I used to play, I got a beta invite before LOTRO launched to retail, and when I played it, I thought that it was a pretty good game, but a little boring, and after the beta, never really picked it up. But after it went free to play, I came back and reactivated my account. I was able to remember it because of the other game that I had been playing. And after it went free to play, I got my champion up to 20th level and went out to the Lone Lands. And once I discovered all of the cool places to go hunt and explore, I started to like the game quite a bit more. It's a lot different from some of the sandbox stuff I've played. Overall, I think the questing and the storylines are very structured, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. That's why it gets called an old school MMO a lot of the time. But not by me. To me, all MMOs are new. But I'm just prattling on. Was I trying to make a point here, guys? Probably not. But anyway, after I came back and it was free to play, I discovered that there was actually a lot of things to like about the game. Exploration and crafting and different varieties of play style and different varieties of character class. Burglar, for instance, is a hoot to me after playing a champion to level cap, because the strategies and tactics that you have to employ are wildly different between the two classes. And I like that. I like the fact that my burglar feels like a bit of a challenge compared to my champion. If you're playing your champion and you get defeated, you're like, how dare I get defeated? I'm a champion. This is patently unfair. But if you're a burglar, sometimes you have to take a step back and think about what you're doing and not just rush into every fight. Of course, here I'm playing well below my level, so I'm just kind of charging into every fight. I may as well be playing a champion tonight. Ooh, spider. But when you're fighting creatures that are on level or even slightly above your level, you gotta play smart as a burglar. I have rescued 4 elves from cocoons. Feeling pretty good about that.
I just noticed your burg's at 70. You have definitely been burglaring.
I have been doing some burglaring. Hi, Hunzy. How's it going? Man, I haven't talked to Hunzy in weeks, it seems like. How have you been, man? I've got Discord up and running, Hunzy, if you want to come on. That way Deathman can hear somebody who doesn't talk funny.
It's like, what?
Exactly. We have been well. Although one thing about having a wife with a broken shoulder, never before has helping a woman shower been less erotic. Other than that, things are going good. The Texas speech impediment was here earlier. I'm not sure if he's still on or not. He usually gets tired of hearing me flap my guns for a while, and then he wanders off to go get something to eat. One problem that Mrs. Mustafa is having, even though her shoulder's healing up pretty well, Hallmark Channel took Murder, She Wrote off so that they could show more Christmas movies. So she's pretty salty about that.
Morning, everybody.
There he is. Hi, Hunzy. How's it going, man?
Not bad. And you say I've got what is it? A weird accent?
No,
Something different.
No, I said that Deathman would appreciate hearing somebody talk who doesn't sound weird. Deathman's been sitting here in chat going, why do all these weird Americans have weird accents? So. Yeah, I like a little bit of challenge in my MMOs. I gotta keep saying Thelmitra. Not sure where to put the emphasis on the name. But yeah, I mean, that's part of the fun with the burglar, too. Running around in God mode, killing everything before you gets a little dull for me. I always say, no danger, no thrill. What have you been up to, Hunzy? Have you been playing a lot?
Yeah, up and down. The sleeping pattern's gone a little bit silly at the moment, so yeah, I get home from swimming. I've got up to about an hour swimming at the gym now, so that's a good thing.
Great.
But yeah, at the end of the swimming, I get home and I'm like, ugh, tired.
Yeah, it takes it out of you.
Yeah, no, it's doing well. I believe I've lost some weight, which is a good thing. So get the ankles. Next session will be on the 6th of December. I go see the specialist on that, and hopefully some good news.
I'm glad to hear it.
suffer. I'm cold, so. Okay.
Thelimitra, Hansi's internet connection isn't fast enough to allow him to stream. We've tried talking him into it, but his bandwidth is terrible from what he says.
Yeah, my upload's under 1 megabit, so yeah, if I was to try and stream, I attempted it once, and you just get this buffering swirl. It's, yeah, very annoying.
But think of that 1 pixel that'll show up on your stream. It'll be glorious.
Yeah, that's true.
You'd have the best 320 by 200 stream on Twitch. 10 frames a second. I suppose if you're streaming DOS games, that would be plenty fast.
This is true.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy, Hansi. Plus, it's part of being a radio-controlled airplane pilot. I consider it my job to talk my buddies into doing stupid things they know they shouldn't do.
He's a Coke Zero half full kind of guy.
Exactly.
Coke Zero bottle.
How have I not killed Burger already? He is the white I've been waiting for. You should bleed. Wow, I can't believe that didn't drop him. I did do 10k though. Got him. Yeah, Deathman wishes he had Hansi's bandwidth.
I don't think anybody wishes they had my bandwidth. That's just too cruel.
Also, as a note to viewers, this is just a public service announcement. If you ever get attacked by a great bagworm, seek medical attention immediately. Nothing good can come from that.
But will Medicare cover it?
As far as I know, sure.
Actually, Zinger, it kind of depends. Is your medical insurance free to play, premium, or VIP? Because that does make a difference.
That would make sense, yeah.
It's actually a sore subject around our house. We have a relation who has state Medicaid, and whenever she needs anything, it's like, oh, you have a $650 prescription? Oh, Medicaid? Okay, we just need your $3 copay. And it's like if my wife and I go to pick up ibuprofen at the grocery store, they see our insurance card and then just double the price. That'll be $6. Oh, you're with United Healthcare? That'll be $12.95. What? So, not saying you should get on the government dole. I'm just saying that you should be jealous if you're not. Good, honest, hard work is for suckers. That hill is actually a shortcut up out of the dells. But since I'm not done questing here, I won't take it. Technical 13 is another LOTRO stream team member. He streams on Thursday nights. Spider Slayer complete. United don't care. Yeah. Gidrian's got that right. One of my pet peeves about any type of medical care, if you go to buy a house, you can buy a home, and I don't care what the home costs. It could be a $75,000 home. It can be a $750,000 home. By the time you leave the title office and you're signing at closing, you know exactly to the penny what that house is going to cost you, both total and each and every month. Down to the penny, and you know exactly what day of the month the payment's going to be due. You go to buy a car, same thing. You know exactly what it's going to cost you. I mean, you've got a pretty good idea of how much you're going to have to spend in gas for a year. You know exactly what the payment's going to be. You've already talked to your insurance agent. You know what the car insurance is going to cost. You've got it down to the nickel. I mean, and again, what day the payment's going to be due. You go to buy anything, and they can tell you exactly what it costs, except healthcare. It's amazing to me that you can walk into your doctor's office, get a checkup, and it'll be a $10 copay. And then 6 months later, you go in for your next checkup, exact same service, exact same doctor, exact same insurance company, and instead of a $10 copay, oh, this visit wasn't covered at all, and you have to pay $197. And you're like, what? Doesn't make any sense. And it's a mystery. It's basically like, you agree to let us work on you, and we'll send some notes off to your insurance company, and then they'll tell us what they feel like paying and what they don't feel like paying, and we'll get back to you on how much you owe us later. And it's just, it drives me freaking crazy. I just hate that.
And the part that should really burn you up is that part of your premiums went to going to watch the Star Wars movie. So
You know,
that's just unacceptable.
I was just going to say that it's almost like J.J. Abrams designed my health insurance for me.
He might have. We don't know that he didn't.
I think if he had, it would probably at least be more exciting. And much to my chagrin, I just added Star Trek Beyond to my Netflix queue, even though I know it's basically just going to be a 2-hour car chase in space. But it's like,
That's the name of the next movie, Car Chase in Space.
yeah, I mean, that's the new Star Wars movie was a car chase in space. Both of the Star Trek reboots were basically car chases in space. And I guess to his credit, he's at least smart enough to pick projects where all of the characters are already well defined and developed, so he doesn't have to try fleshing them out. What was it Clint Eastwood said in The Enforcer? Man's got to know his limitations.
That may very well be true, Chromite. The Star Trek Beyond is trash, but something being trash has never prevented me from seeing it on Netflix.
Hey, Chromite. Yeah, we were actually talking about guilty pleasure movies earlier tonight. I've already confessed to enjoying watching Roadhouse, even though I can't explain why. So, although to be honest, I'm expecting Star Trek Beyond to not be as good as Roadhouse.
And Olive won't admit what his guilty pleasure is, so we're pretty sure he's a brony.
Yeah, let's see if any of the loot I have is not trash. Take the mithril flake. Crap, 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 crap. Yeah, so Limitra, have fun playing. Thanks for stopping by. If you're feeling extra gracious, don't forget to stop by my personal stream and throw me a follow. Would love to see you in chat more. Shout out Big Ed Mustafa. There's the link. And that goes to anybody in chat who's feeling merciful. Would love to have more follows. It's kind of hard to show off LOTRO's graphics when you're doing Mirkwood at night. Really is a beautiful game. Ah, there's the cave.
I don't know about that. Those are some gorgeous shades of black and gray you're going through.
That's true. Turn on your flashlight, Big Ed. Function F10? No.
Alt F10, I believe.
Alt F10. Alright, I was close. Yeah, because that made a big difference. You have to remember I'm also a Fallout 4 player, so leaving my flashlight on makes me easier to spot and stealth. Also, I don't want to get too aggressive in combat yet, because I don't have the combat shotgun.
Did you like the Fallout games? I never played 4, but I sunk a lot of time into 3 in New Vegas.
I think 3 might be my favorite game of all time. I thought 3 was just absolutely fantastic. I really liked New Vegas a lot as well. 4 was a flawed gem. They did some things. The dialogue system was definitely a big step backwards, but overall I thought the gameplay was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed the settlement system, although that was also flawed but still enjoyable. I'm going to turn off my flashlight so it doesn't scare the spiders. I don't want them getting worked up into a kill frenzy. There we go.
For me, Fallout 3 was that game, like, I got home from work. I'm just going to play this for an hour or two, and then what is that light coming through the window? Is that the sun coming up?
All three of those games, it was literally play till 5 a.m., nap for 2 hours, crawl into the office, and at 5 o'clock come home and start all over again. I was...
Yeah, that was me too.
Yeah, you know you should be going home to sleep, but you're like, nah, just play for 5 minutes and
Yeah.
the sun comes up again.
I don't know if it'll be Fallout 5 or Fallout 6, but I will drop dead at my keyboard playing a Fallout game. I don't have any doubt about that. It was pretty funny. I posted it on Facebook. My wife had pre-ordered Fallout 4 for my birthday. Well, I guess it was last year now. And we went to the mall to pick it up at midnight, and it was like me and her and 55 20-somethings. So it's like, is this the line for the Rocky Horror Picture Show, or are we not supposed to be here? What's going on? It was all very confusing. I had the Graybeard going last year, too. So they were like, oh, that's so nice that guy came out to get Fallout 4 for his grandkid.
Oh, no.
Duressa, who's also a 40 Thieves kin member, her husband's a flying buddy of mine, and we go out to dinner not infrequently. And I was laughing. She got the game, I think, a month or two after launch last year, and we were out to dinner, and I was explaining to her son and her husband that, look, if your mom gets you broken light bulbs and like an old camera for Christmas, that just means that she really loves you. That's a Fallout 4 thing, and you don't have to understand it, just accept it. So they had the whole scrapping system where you could enhance your guns and stuff. And it was kind of a remake from Fallout New Vegas, where the gun mods and stuff were kind of there, but you could play through without really having to use them. And in Fallout 4, it was much more integrated into the game and more effective. And I need... let's remove all and see what we have. We'll highlight the quests I haven't completed, including this one. I think I'm supposed to use the anti-venom before. Craft an antidote. Prepared. I'll just drink it and wade in. That was not a difficult fight. Okay, glad I used the antidote. Oh, keep hitting F10 is what Chromite says. Chromite's just full of terrific tips. You were like the Heloise of Middle Earth, Chromite.
Very, very knowledgeable person.
That was weird. That bright flashlight disappears. I get it to come on for just a second and then it goes. Sylvan relics, sharp fang, corrupted relics. Oh, 2 of those are in the tower. Where's this one? West of the Wild Ruins, southwest of Galad. Jerosi, thanks for coming by. Good to see you, man.
Oh yeah, another guilty pleasure movie, Gone Fishing.
We'll give Jerosi a shout out. Is Gone Fishing the Bill Engvall movie?
Joe Pesci and Danny Glover.
I don't know I've ever seen that one either.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid, but yeah.
You had me at Joe Pesci.
Hey, he did terrifically in Mike and Vinny.
That's true. He was okay in Goodfellas, too. I think it's just hard for him to find good roles.
Yeah, those were both pretty good movies.
Yeah, that was a touch of sarcasm on the Goodfellas thing. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. Goodfellas, The Departed, and Godfather 2 were like all just fantastic. In fact, I like The Departed so much. That was a remake of a Japanese movie, and I got the original from Netflix and watched that, and that was really good as well, even subtitled.
Cool.
Reservoir Dogs isn't bad either.
Is Joe Pesci in Reservoir Dogs?
No, I just mean Reservoir Dogs as another like mob movie kind of.
That's a good sign that you probably should move on if you're dropping loot and you don't care. If you're like, good, get it out of here.
Yeah, Reservoir Dogs was a pretty good movie. There's this real deadpan comedian named Stephen Wright, and he was the DJ in that movie. Like, you didn't see him on there, but he was...
I saw Stephen Wright in concert back in the late 80s or early 90s.
He was a great comedian. You had to be... You had to... I don't know. Not everybody liked him, but I did.
We had such a great delivery. One of my favorite Stephen Wright jokes of all time is, I remember it as clear as a bell. I'll do my Stephen Wright imitation for you here. Do you know that feeling when you lean back in a chair and you lean back just a little too far and you think you're going to tip over and you extend your legs and then you kind of start to tip forward but then not quite and it starts to fall backwards again, so you start swinging your arms around and you're trying to catch yourself and keep your balance? I feel like that all the time.
That's great.
Yeah, it's a great line. And there was another comedian, I don't know if you guys ever saw Emo Phillips at all. Emo could be annoying. He had this really kind of strange, drawn-out delivery. Like he was really high-strung all the time. And the problem with Stephen Wright and with Emo Phillips is both of them were hilarious, but their jokes had to be just completely off the wall because their delivery was so slow that if they did anything that was even somewhat obvious, you'd see it coming. So it just had to be really out there comedy. And Emo Phillips, my favorite joke of his was, so they tell me I have to go see a psychologist, right? And I go to his office and he says, here, eat this chocolate bunny. So I eat the chocolate bunny and it occurs to me, wait, it's not Easter. This is some kind of a test, isn't it? And the therapist says, why, yes, it's a test. And so I ask the therapist, well, what does it mean? And he says, well, if you eat the ears first, it means that you have a authority complex, and if you eat the tail first, then that means that you've got an anal fixation. And he goes, go on, go on. What did it mean when I bit the eyes out of the chocolate rabbit and yelled, quit staring at me? You know, that's the kind of joke that you'd never see coming. He tells it better than I do.
Emo Phillips, was that the guy with the kind of crazy hair, looked like almost like a bowl cut, sort of?
Yeah, it looked, when he got up on stage, it looked like somebody at the group home wrote him a day pass to go do his show. I mean, that was part of his shtick. He looked goofy, he dressed goofy.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He was funny.
I work with a couple of millennials on our hardware engineering team at the data center. And it's amazing to me how often we have to stop and explain things to them, like who Sam Kinison was. And it's like, okay, back when comedians were still funny before you were born, this guy was a rock star. Fortunately, a lot of that stuff got saved on YouTube, and you can actually look it up and go show stuff to the new generation, so they know that there was things that were funny and entertaining before they were born.
Yeah, you gotta love Sam Kinison. Like, anybody that was crazy enough to get regularly kicked off of the Howard Stern show is worth watching just a little bit. You know?
And that goes clear back to when Howard Stern was actually funny and entertaining, which has been a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, like old school Howard Stern.
Yeah. Rowan Atkinson has to be one of the best stand-up shows. Yeah, another brilliant guy who's just lost on the new generation. Is Big Ed the Huckleberry Finn of LOTRO? Hunsy's coming back in a little bit. Pool of Tranquility.
I always know when I'm playing a burglar. Like, even the deer are kicking my ass.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a burglar tank.
How can I be of service? What do you need? Mind my words, traveler.
Search for signs of Gollum at the Pool of Tranquility.
Negavon, will you lend me your ear? you need? Vagabond.
Oh. I came here before and I was like, I can't believe there's no peddler in this camp. What did I forget?
That you can cause your own peddler to show up in the camp.
Exactly. That's what happens if you don't play your burglar for a week. You start to forget stuff. Now if I could just find the skill. There it is. Contact peddler.
Yeah, you don't need a peddler. You just need a fire, a campfire.
This must be the wrong kind of campfire. This is a cooking campfire, but if you're a hunter...
Oh, that's no good.
Yeah, it's no good. Wrong kind of campfire. So I outsmarted myself. I didn't try it before because I instinctively knew it wouldn't work there or something. It's my story anyway.
Well, there goes me briefly basking in the fact that I actually knew something about LOTRO.
Yeah. Much less about burglars on Brandywine. Hugh Laurie before he was Dr. House. Before he was Dr. House, I remember him from the kids' movie Stuart Little, and that's about it. Did he used to do stand-up? If he did, I had never heard that before. Oh, we'll go to the Pool of Tranquility and look for Gollum. Speaking of which, I wonder where Grizzly Wookie is.
I was actually talking with him earlier today. I don't think he was feeling well.
Oh, that's too bad. I think I turned west at East St. Louis. I was expecting the Pool of Tranquility to be like right here somewhere.
Completely defeats the purpose of the Pool of Tranquility if you get stressed out by not being able to find it.
That's a good point. This is the low pond. Alright, we'll kill everything chasing me. That's my strategy for the Scuttle Dells is I have no strategy. I just run around until I run into what I'm supposed to run into. I'm just terrible.
Wow, I stole your strategy for just about every game I play ever. I didn't even realize I had stolen it.
I try not to watch any British TV, Deathman. I've been pretty upset ever since they ripped off The Office from American television and copied it without even casting any American characters.
Yeah, what was that all about?
That was a cheap shot. Although when I grow the beard out like this, I occasionally get told I look a little like Ricky Gervais, so maybe I should be kinder to the British version of The Office. I don't know.
They're always stealing stuff from us, man. They took our language and made it all silly and formal sounding, you know?
Fortunately, there are a few American customs that are starting to catch on, like dental care. Food with flavor, although they got that more from India than from the States. Alright, well, at least here we can sell some junk.
Hail, friends, and well met.
Might you?
But in all seriousness, what's funny about one of the British shows, Shameless, like we did our version of Shameless off of that, is I went back and watched it because I liked the American version, but a lot of it I couldn't understand because the slang was so, I just didn't understand the slang. I mean, yes, I can understand that this is in the same language, but I'm not really getting what they're saying.
Yeah, American television ripping off British shows would be a lot less annoying if the remakes were at least decent. Shameless is pretty good on Showtime. But even House of Cards, which Netflix did a terrific remake of, if you haven't seen the original British versions, the BBC did, really terrific. And they only did 3 seasons, and it was more tongue-in-cheek. There was a mischievous kind of fun tone to the whole thing. That's the American version is more dramatic, and they're both really good, but I really enjoyed the British version.
There was also this kind of funny show on Showtime. I think it was on Showtime. It's called Episodes, and the premise was these British comedians were coming over to the States to make a TV show for us, and it was supposed to be about this headmaster of this really elite school, and the headmaster becomes a hockey coach, and it becomes the guy from Friends, Joey, is the one that they cast in it. It's actually hysterical.
Glad I was walking around with that rusty axe from when I was fishing. And another viewer tip for you: any task item that's labeled as gorgeous is not turn-inable for tasks, so it's just vendor trash. Go ahead and sell it. And voila, pack space. Who'd have thunk? I was just over here and didn't notice I had something to reforge.
And as a public service announcement, it looks like Elda's doing a raffle for Walking Dead, if anybody is interested.
Oh, I've seen other streamers play that. That looks pretty cool. It's the Telltale game, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're not already following Eldolith, you should do so immediately. Eldolith gives away games quite frequently. I've won some pretty cool stuff just from hanging out in her stream. So we'll give Eldolith a shout out. Crazy Trick, thank you for the host.
Oh no, if he's hosting you here at the LOTRO stream and you're hosting him, it's creating some paradox loop. You're crossing the streams. Ghostbusters has taught you nothing.
I guess not. In fact, in some southern states, we might be common law husband and wife now. Crazy Trick and I will just have to figure out which one of us is the husband and which one is the wife. That's going to be the hard part.
We'll just do it like everything else is done on Twitch. We'll do a straw poll.
Fantastic. Deed completed. Spider Slayer. Title awarded. Complete Angler. That's not right. Oh, that's the only one showing because I did the search. We'll clear the search. Alright, somewhere I got a Spider Slayer title. I don't think I really care what it is. Deed bestowed. Spider Slayer Advance. Tolerance. That is an agility trait virtue, so I will definitely want to complete that. 5 turbine points. All good. So we'll keep the spider slaying going. I wanted to do Sharp Fang while I was thinking about it. There he is. Alright, let's go ruin Sharp Fang's whole day.
No. It's not a long straw, short straw kind of thing. It's who puts the straw in the Coke Zero for who. That's how you determine husband.
How'd the stream go tonight, Crazy Trick? If you're not following Crazy Trick, he is another LOTRO streamer that you should check out. If I can get the shout out command typed in correctly. There we go. Okay, Sharp Fang's dead. We can go do the tower on the hill too. Quests with known structure, where I'm not wandering around lost in circles in the scuttle dells, are probably better at this point. Oh man, that thing bit me. Hobbits appear to be an ideal food source for most of the large predators in Middle-earth. That wasn't what I wanted to hit. There we go. We'll mount up. Yeah, my streams usually run longer than I intend to. You get to playing and having fun and talking with a few people, and next thing you know, you're an hour or two past where you intended to stream. It's a good problem to have. Minuscule. I will do well here because it's named after fish anatomy. Why is stealth mode grayed out along with most of the rest of my skills? There we go.
Alright, say what you will about the burglar class, but sneaking up on a bear and stabbing him in the ass never gets old.
Nope.
Ed, Elder wanted me to ask if you were planning on entering the raffle.
Sure, just exclamation point raffle.
I believe so, yes. She says thank you.
Well, considering I'm a moderator and I'm not watching her stream, I figured I'd leave it to somebody else, but if she's going to invite me to join the raffle, I will happily partake.
Hunzi won.
Awesome.
Indeed.
At least we know what his excuse was for leaving my stream. You can't fault a guy for wanting free stuff.
I just tried that peddler ability on burglar, the column at the fire. I think it works, but it only works at the ones that are called campsite fires.
Right. Those are the same ones that hunters can tie to for an extra port.
Yeah, in fact, it says that on the description of it, so I think those are the only ones that it works at.
Okay.
But they won't repair for you. That's not very nice.
Guardians?
No, the peddler that you call into the fire.
Oh. I don't think Guardian where they can summon a repair NPC, that is not location specific. I think they can do that anywhere, can't they?
I believe you are correct, but I don't play Guardian much.
I have 3 or 4 Guardians, and I'm trying to think back if I've ever bothered to try to use that skill. I don't think I have. Wants to pull a ninja move on me, I'll addle him. I'll take him right down.
Well, do Guardians even have that thing anymore?
I don't know. It's a good question, too.
Because there's a repair anvil, but it's a metalsmith recipe.
I usually make most of my Guardians metalsmiths. I have one that's a jeweler. One of these days I'm going to have to learn about stackable Guardian bleeds as well. That's another facet of the game I don't have any clue about. My highest level Guardian's only 60th, though.
Well, it's a lot easier than like figuring out gambits on a warden, because basically you're just hitting skills that have a chance to tear up the bleed.
I guess it's nice these guys are gray to me and I don't have to kill them, but there's a Slayer deed.
What's funny about that is you don't know how long I played the game not killing the Grays for the Slayer deeds because I didn't think it would work.
I'll bet I don't have the quest. Yep. Wish I could ride my goat through here.
Bye, Crazy Trick.
Crazy Trick, have a great night. Congrats on the successful stream. We'll talk to you again soon, bud.
See ya, Trick.
If it's 4:40 a.m., you should go to bed. That is just good thinking at this point. Oh, my Guardian on Arkenstone is my lowest ranked character on Arkenstone. She is 53rd, 52nd or 53rd level, and I just got her into Moria. She's still questing in Aragian for no particular reason. Other than I just didn't feel like I was ready to start taking her through Moria yet. But in a way, I'm a little bit bummed because I don't have any characters in Eriador anymore on Arkenstone. Can always roll up another alt, I suppose, but I don't really need them.
Do you have one of each character at this point on Arc?
I always look at it more from a crafting circle standpoint. My brain's just wired differently, but it's like if I create another character, I'll have to take a trade skill on them and it'll be redundant. I already have 2 jewelers, so it's like, you know,
Gotcha.
and what I don't have on Arkenstone for character classes, I've got on Crick Hollow, except for a Bjorning.
What do you need?
Have you bought the class yet or not?
No, I don't really have much interest in playing it.
Moment of your time?
Mind my words, traveler.
It's not like I'm just absolutely opposed to it, but uh-oh, I started an instance quest. Oh, now I'm at the top of the tower.
Summon deadly shadows from the void atop an ancient tower over Emin Lume.
Yeah, it sounds like the kind of thing where if they put it like 75% off for the class or something, you might try it out just out of sheer curiosity.
No, it's more going to be like I have all of my other characters at level cap and I'm bored stupid and just want something different to do. That'll probably be what it takes.
Hey, you never know. I never thought I would really be playing a burglar much, and I got one around 75 or so. So
There you go.
but I did end up buying like the Bjorning and character slot pack thing around when it launched, but I jump on the bandwagon all the time. So
I know a lot of folks are playing Bjornings. They like the class. They're having fun with it. I think that's great. I don't even know what it is. It just didn't appeal to me. I mean, the Warden and the Rune Keeper were kind of like this when they first came out too, but I have a vague impression that it's sort of like, give us 1,000 turbine points and we'll give you the easy button. Alright, I need a new strategy here. Let's do some healing.
Let the healing begin.
Yeah. Hips for the win. I still have to kill the Twilight Shard. I can do that. I think. The important thing is don't die. The second important thing is use a token of hope.
So did you ever have luck on selling that 7-day thing for 2,000 gold or whatever?
Oh no, I just put it up for fun. You never know if somebody's going to... I figure anybody who's got 2,000 gold probably has swift travel. But it was just for fun. I think it's in my housing chest or it's in my vault. I have a delicious bilberry pie that Hunzi made me. Alright, let's go take out this Twilight dude. Now, there's a series of movies even I didn't watch.
What, the Twilight ones?
Yep. Starlight and Shadow is complete.
Yeah, I think my roommate read the books to that. And I learned a long time ago to not make fun of people for what they read, just be glad that they do. You know?
Megavan.
I think this is it in my inventory. There it is. Route of Special Passage, 7 days. I'm actually still carrying it around with me. Got some mithril flake. Got some whetstones to put away. If anybody needs fishing trophies, I've got a few of those. Okay, I guess we're going to go clear waypoints and then head back to the Scuttle Dells again. Like, wait, why is this taking me back to the Scuttle Dells? Because I didn't set my quest guide focus. You go a week or two without playing LOTRO and you start to forget some of the basics.
Yeah, like never trust the game to tell you where to go.
Exactly. The forest is clear. Forest is clear. The forest is clear. Eaten by swamp cats. The story of little Ed Mustafa. Okay, I give up. Who sent me on that quest? Oh, the dude who was talking, so I couldn't see the circle above his head.
What can I do for you? If not for the Lord and Lady, we would fall.
There we go.
Well, you have a good night, Big Ed. I'll see you in the morning. Or whenever you next stream. I don't know when you see it.
It could be tomorrow morning. Probably not, though. I think Mini Scuzzy's scheduled here on the official. I don't know. I might get some streaming in this weekend. The wife's got me booked to drag me along on a photo gig, but that's not till tomorrow evening. And Sunday I don't have anything scheduled, and I took Monday off from work. Just so we can both get a day to sleep in, and I don't have to get up at 5 a.m. to help her get into the shower. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping I will be around a bit more than I have been over the next few days. The kicker to that is the weather's really nice, and I've got a whole garage full of toy airplanes to go play with. So hopefully I'll get a chance to get out and do that too. But yeah, have a good night, Ninth Pond. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with me on Discord, and hopefully I'll see you again soon.
All right. Thanks for the stream.
Bye. Well, it looks like I've just got a couple more quests, and then they're going to send me up to Gathbers to start fighting the folks near Guldur, which would be a good thing. Pool of Tranquility. There is no trace of the golem. I didn't have to dismount to mine that, but I was pretty sure there was a spider coming behind me. When everybody's out to get you, paranoid is just good thinking. Well, congratulations on winning The Walking Dead. That looks like it's pretty intense. Should be a lot of fun to play that. The interesting thing about the TV show, Hunzi, is that it's not really about zombies. They're just kind of window dressing. It's more about man and the human condition and how we're all bastards when civilization breaks down. The crawling water. It has its ups and downs, but overall it's a pretty darn good TV show. It's probably the biggest thing there is right now in the States. Maybe that or Game of Thrones. Which is kind of funny. I feel about the same way on both shows. I think Game of Thrones and Walking Dead are both really, really good, but they're not like my favorites. I usually wait and watch them both in arrears. I'm a season behind on both. I noticed that Netflix indicated they're going to start shipping season 6 of Game of Thrones November 15th, so I moved it up in my queue, but it's one of those things that it's like, I'll wait a year to watch it, no big deal. There's a really good show on FX networks, one of the Fox cable channels called The Americans. And 2 or 3 years ago, I was the only person I knew who was watching it. It's about a pair of deep cover KGB agents living in Washington, D.C. as Americans. And it's during the height of the Cold War with the Reagan presidency. And it's really well written and really well acted and compelling storyline. And they frame it in a way that makes it actually affordable to produce for basic cable TV. If anybody in chat watches The Americans, give it a shout out. Let me know if anybody else out there is a fan, because it's just a terrific show. That's the one show that when it's on, it's usually like 9 p.m. on Wednesdays. Boom, I come home, I drop down in front of the TV, I don't miss an episode. And in the rare instance where we've got something going on and I can't be home to see the show live, I'll go ahead and purchase it episode by episode on like Xbox Live video, just so I can watch it and not get behind. That's the only show that I watch that religiously right now. I was that way with Breaking Bad. I absolutely, just the concept of Breaking Bad when I first heard about it, was like, we're going to make a TV show about a high school chemistry teacher. He gets cancer, so he decides that he's going to start cooking meth to leave a little bit of a nest egg for his family. And it's going to star the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. I was like, that is the greatest concept for a TV show ever. So I was excited about Breaking Bad probably 6 months before they started airing episodes. And I watched every episode live as it aired, first run, except one episode. It was like the first episode of season 3 or 4. We were up in Minnesota on vacation with friends, and we had satellite TV, but we didn't get FX in the cabin we were staying in. So I just flat missed it. But watched it when we got back home at the end of our vacation. And yes, I was fishing in Minnesota. That's why we went. Northern pike, walleye, smallmouth bass, perch, and bluegill. Collect clues, search for signs. Oh, the crawling waters. I have to figure my way back to the other ponds now. That's going to be the challenge. I watch Game of Thrones, have them all on Blu-ray. Well, and you'll have Yeah, in The Walking Dead, you'll have basically good people who just do terrible things out of fear or mistrust. And nobody's truly villainous and nobody's truly heroic. There might be a few people that are truly villainous, but I haven't actually seen any of the latest season yet. I should be able to watch it on demand on our cable box for no extra charge, but I hate cable boxes. We've got a problem with ours, and the on demand stuff doesn't work like it's supposed to. There's a communication problem with the line, and we have one cable line running into the house, and whenever you talk to the cable company, they're like, "You're not using a splitter, are you?" And it's like, well, let's see. I've got cable internet and cable TV service. So, yeah, I'm using a splitter. How else are we supposed to get both services? They're like, well, you can't have the cable box on a splitter. Great, come out and run an extra line into our house. Yeah, we're not going to do that. So it's just, I go round and round with our cable company. I hate them. I would very much love to cut the cord on our cable service, but my wife has the attention span of an ADD 8-year-old, so she has to have the remote so she can flip through channels. I swear she likes flipping channels and watching commercials more than she actually likes watching shows. Once she lands on something she wants to watch, like Murder, She Wrote, she'll fall asleep within 5 minutes of sitting down to watch the show. So I tried convincing her that the thing we needed to do was to cancel the cable subscription and to just go with high-speed internet and streaming services. It was a no-go. She had to have buttons to mash. Oh, no kidding. I did not know that Bryan Cranston was the villain. Okay, well, I see the Americans is not getting a lot of love in chat, but one of my other fond TV memories, if you watched Malcolm in the Middle with Bryan Cranston from Breaking Bad, they did an episode one time. That show was hit and miss. It was usually pretty cute, sometimes a little stale, other times it was a bit creative. They did an episode where Malcolm decided that he wanted his dad to teach him how to skate, and his dad was a complete freak about it. And his brother Reese was warning him, "You don't want Dad to teach you how to skate. Don't go there. Trust me, you're better off." And that was one of the most hilarious TV episodes I can recall ever seeing of any show. It was just hysterically funny. If you only watch one Malcolm in the Middle episode your whole life, watch the one where Malcolm learns to skate. Well, shoot. I've been running past these black dogs, and they're the ones who are supposed to have clues about Hal. So now I have to kill black dogs. Stacking the bleeds. Let's see where this goes. Now I need black dogs and I can't find black dogs out here. That is always the way it goes. Mirkwood Fox. Hey, it's the crawling water. Moves in the nearby webs. He didn't make it. Okay, where's the cave? Somewhere there's a cave. Boy, those gnawed bones aren't dropping very often. Up in the caves. A goblin died right here at the water's edge. So where is up in the caves? Oh, I gotta go back to the camp. Well, I can pretty much make that my quest focus. And just hunt black dogs along the way. Hey there, black dog. Alright, we'll just throw a rock at him. Really? That knocked him out? Not bone. Alright. Do they play Led Zeppelin when they die? You'd hope so. Can you imagine, like, being a young adult in the 60s and, like, you're growing up and there's no such thing as Led Zeppelin, and then one day you turn on the radio and you hear, like, Heartbreaker from Zeppelin 2, or you hear the Immigrant Song from Zeppelin? How mind-blowing would that be? It's like, I've never heard anything like this before, and all of a sudden, you know, Heartbreaker or Black Dog or Rock and Roll or the Immigrant Song or Kashmir is playing on the radio for the very first time ever. That would just be... I mean, there was a time before those songs existed, and I can't imagine it. I've grown up listening to Zeppelin my whole life. This is not water. Is this water? This is the crawling water. Okay. Trying to get my bearings. I hate the Scuttle Dells. I hate the Scuttle Dells. It's just an awful place. Grizzly Wookie. Welcome, 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 my friend. I was just asking about you earlier. Somebody mentioned that they were in your stream and that you weren't feeling particularly well. I am hoping you're bouncing back.
How can I be of service? Stay a moment.
And I do have Discord open if you feel like chatting. Oh no, what the heck did I just click on? Oh, we're going to explore the cave.
Should he be captured, his knowledge of the ring and the company entrusted with it will be laid bare to the enemy.
Mr. Mustafa.
Howdy. Hi, Meg Reader. How are you? And Grizzly Wookie, thanks for joining me in Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in Fathy's stream, playing with her, and I woke up just feeling horrible, but good nap made me feel better.
Yeah, that cures a lot of the world's ills, doesn't it?
Really does. At least it seems to cure a lot of mine.
I'm actually in Mirkwood right now trying to rescue your friend Smeagol from the orcs in Mirkwood.
Please save me, big out.
I'm doing good, Meg Reader. We're kind of in bonus time on the stream. There's nobody behind me till 6 a.m. Central, so I can keep going for a little while. Just hanging out, having a good time. I went back to the doctor's on Tuesday, Grizz, and Mrs. Mustafa looks like she will not need surgery.
That is good to hear.
As long as she doesn't decide to participate in any roller derby action between now and when her arm fully heals. But the broken shoulder's in pretty good shape, and the doctor thinks it'll fuse itself. There's a treasure cache in this cave. Sure, that's for 90 plus. Yeah. So for those of you with 105s looking for treasure caches in Mirkwood, this would be a good place to look. Do I even have an Orc Slayer deed? I do have an Orc Slayer deed. I was wondering why I was even bothering to slaughter all of these orcs. Short answer, because they're orcs. See, Grizz, I'm coming to help. Gollum has escaped. Don't leave, Gollum.
What can I do for you? What can I do for you? What do you need?
Megavan, will you lend me your ear?
Last quest in the Scuttle Dells, I hope. How far away is Trapjaw? Still a few hundred feet. This does seem to be the way, though. Stupid spider.
I'll bring it back.
I'll be right here. We are closing in. I've killed more spiders than the Orkin Man tonight. There's Haltiller. Safe and sound. Thank you for saving me, Hal.
Hey, Hans. Hey, Hansi.
Hansi asks, "How are you, bro?"
I
Meaning
said how.
you.
Oh, I said hi. I didn't. I'm all right. I'm just still out of it a little bit.
Yeah, naps can leave you just a little bit groggy.
No, I think it's the cold medicine.
That'll do it too.
Just trying my best to not get actually sick. Hey, Tally.
That's good news. Completed ally. New deed, kindred. Hi, Telerian. How are you? Really? I'm going to murder your face, Mr. Spider. You are going to die slow. We are out of the Scuttledells. So overwhelmed with joy, I can't speak. I don't want to enter the Scuttledells. Here we go. I had ridden past here earlier and mentioned that it was sort of a secret way out of the Scuttledells, or at least a back door to get out of here and up to Gathbers. This switchback up the side of the hill leads to the Tree of Despair. Tree of Sorrow. A really cool looking bad tree. Wilds of Mirkwood. Tree of Suffering. There you go. And that's my horse's butt, in case you haven't seen that before. I'm just trying to get a good look at the Tree of Suffering here. It's a rather distinctive landmark. Oh, and there's a mean statue. One of my favorite parts about this section of Mirkwood was after running in terror from Kargul the whole game, when you finally get here to Gathbers, you're on level with the Kargul and the red robes, and you can actually go just kill them and crush them and drop them like a bad habit and do bad things to them, and it's very, very happy.
It's very enjoyable.
Yes. It's like, come here, you red-robed son of a bitch. I got a pair of daggers for you. Maybe that's just me. Maybe nobody else enjoyed fighting those things when they got here. But I suspect I'm not alone.
How can I be of service? Will you lend me your ear? Stay.
Mind my words, traveler.
Will you help me? Come, stay a moment.
What do you need?
Preparing to do the in-league drinking of 23 drinks, all on an English client. The badge of taste. Alright, we got all the quests we need. I don't have anything that needs reforged.
My services
Let's make some pack space. Okay, and then Gloral doesn't have anything for me. It looks like I've got all the quests I can get here. Hi, Janking. Welcome to the stream. Cold Fells, what's going on, man? I'm in Discord if you want to pop in and say hi. We might truly be circling the globe right now. We've got the Midwest, the Southeast, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, and now Hawaii all on board. So if you're from someplace I haven't mentioned, feel free to mention it in chat. Let's just see how global this stream is at the moment.
East Coast hype.
East Coast hype, yeah. I wasn't sure if you were still with us or not, Zinger.
I partially forgot I was in Discord.
That happens.
You're just that memorable.
I am. You were hypnotized by my words of wisdom.
Exactly.
He says the word hypnotize, and immediately Biggie Smalls gets played in the background.
If you say Biggie Smalls 3 times in the dark into a mirror, he will appear behind you.
How you doing, guys?
Doing
Big
great.
Ed, you're on Little Ed. That's so awesome.
Absolutely. Doing some burglaring.
Holy hell, you're at 70?
Yeah, if you actually play your burglar, you can level them up.
You know, I have been TP farming steadily for the last 2 months, so. But I own 2 new areas, so haha.
That's cool.
Oh, I'm glad I came on. I just clicked on and Roy Yamauchi was on the other Twitch channel cooking oppa. You missed out, Big Ed.
Oh, man.
They're cooking oppa and wahoo. Wahoo! What's up, Tally?
Hi, Tellurian. Really? That actually stunned him? I throw those rocks all the time just to draw aggro. I never expect him to actually stun anything.
Yeah, there's a slight chance, right? Is it like
It's
3%?
like, yeah, it's like one out of 20 times you might stun something.
How appropriate? Don't you get that stun from killing a certain amount of wolves? Is it like enmity against wolves?
Oh, yeah, that might be it.
I think so. I think it's enmity of wolves gives you the stun, and how appropriate that you used it on a ward. Any big games you looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, my Huskers play Ohio State. That's about as big as it gets for us right now.
They're still undefeated, right?
No, we lost to Wisconsin last week in overtime.
That's right.
They only
I watched
dropped
that game
from
too.
7th to 10th, though, so that's pretty good. It was,
Wisconsin is a 2-loss team, but they are tough.
yeah, it's a good 2-loss team.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it, it was a moral victory for the Huskers after last year, you know. People were expecting us to go into Madison and get blown out, and I mean, admittedly, the offensive line's not very good, and there's some key offensive players that are banged up. But you know, the defense is solid, and the coaching staff kind of has their feet underneath them finally, and everything's starting to come together. So,
My nephew Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that. I mean, after the 5 and 7 year they had last year,
Yeah,
it's
They're coming back.
It's really gelling nicely. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the big surprise was Washington. I don't think anybody
Nobody
saw
saw that
out,
coming.
and
Yeah.
nobody. And they are just destroying the Pac-12 right now. Like everybody is just folding. It's crazy. I thought UCLA was gonna give them a fight, and it's just nothing. Good news, my nephew might be playing for the Cornhuskers.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, he got an offer. He's on his mission right now in France, but while he was just out of high school, they wanted him to come and try out and possibly O-line.
We desperately need good offensive linemen. Yeah.
So maybe, you never know. I'll let you know.
Okay.
If he goes and tries out, if he makes it, it's gonna be. I'm gonna be so happy. I've never had a nephew play for the Cornhuskers yet. Close though. One of my cousins played for Dubuque. But that's a state over, right?
Yeah, they're on the east side of Iowa.
Yeah.
Actually, was it Dubuque or Iowa City?
That was Dubuque.
Okay.
He played for Dubuque for 2 years. Then he ended up getting married and raising a family, and now he's doing that family thing, working for the airlines, and him and his wife, they're happy. They got grandkids now.
It's the first time you drop one of those red-robed sons of bitches, it feels pretty good. I like killing those cargool.
If you do it at level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little high. I'm 70th in Mirkwood. I need to move on, but looks like I'm almost finished. It's just one of those things. I was just talking about how that was one of my favorite parts of this area.
I love Merc. Second only to Moria.
Yeah, Mirkwood's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's the most beautiful.
Oh, go ahead. No, I was just going to say
it's the second most beautiful, true to the book area that they created.
Well,
like Moria, I was blown away.
Yeah, and they've only given us southern Mirkwood. I mean, they could add a central and a northern Mirkwood. There's plenty more Mirkwood to add if they wanted to do that.
Yeah.
And this is, amusingly enough, Dol Guldur is in the safest part. So to add central or north Mirkwood as 110th, 115th level zones would be perfectly coherent with the books.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
But I was just going to make the comment that LOTRO Players Academy, they were talking about where to go for 60th through 65th level. And I don't know if anybody else heard the podcast, but they were talking about Mirkwood over Enidwaith. And I thought, Enidwaith is really cool too. There's lots of stuff there. It's a really diverse region. There's lots of quests. And I enjoy that area as well. I always talk about this, but I like the mid-range game in LOTRO the best. 40th through 60th. It's when you've got the most choices and the most different things you can go do.
The Mirkwood, though, at 65 or at 60 is the better choice. It's a quicker run through. You get a lot of end game choices. You get that, those 3 free skirms if you're VIP or you own the area. You get a great quest line plus an end game quest line that just goes forever. It just keeps you busy for hours.
Well, you don't have to choose. I mean, one of the reasons why Little Ed is 70th level right now is I did Enidwaith first and then came back to Mirkwood.
Right on.
Yeah, I mean, they're both great zones, and I hate the idea that we're advising players to pick one instead of the other. It's like, go through them both. They're both awesome. Why would you not want to play them both? Yeah.
They are both good, but the Merc is for guys that want to power through to get to a higher level faster. And pronounce it for me? Enidwaith?
Enidwaith, yeah.
Enidwaith.
Or I think I might have heard
Is-
somebody corrected on the podcast. They were calling it Enidwaith.
Enidwaith.
Yeah.
But yeah, you gotta. It takes a little longer, but you get a great reward at the end of that area.
There's a lot
Which
of
is
really
the-
good lore and storyline
That
there.
hunter.
Yeah.
What is the gear?
The huntsman and
Yeah, that black ninja gear that you get. It's beautiful.
yeah. Plus, it's where you first meet Nona.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
She turns out to be important.
Oh, yeah. She was like some daughter of the chief or something, right?
Yeah, and her brother gets killed, and
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta forgive me. I read the books when I was small, but I never ever went and studied how to correctly pronounce all the words.
no, that's okay. They're all made-up places with made-up names. How can you pronounce them wrong? That's my thinking.
Name is important.
Well, yeah. My problem is a lot of times when I'm reading stuff like that, I'll just kind of look at the word and go, okay, that word is for this place without really sounding it out. So I'm like, that one place by the river near the mountain with those dudes around it.
Yeah, that place.
Well, unless you're an elf, you don't need to be all that pompous about pronunciations.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason you don't hear me, jumping onto chat with the Tolkien professor very often. I think after about 5 minutes, Corey would be like, "Do you know how to read, Big Ed? Have you ever cracked a book, or did you just read the comic version?"
Oh. Self-deprecation at its finest.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
job, Big Ed.
Thanks! Why should I let other people insult me when I can do it myself? That's my
right.
thinking.
I'm the best at this. I know this game well. I'm an ox and a moron. Yeah.
Uh-oh, someone better go update that MooBot on the freebie of the week.
We're behind?
Yeah, it changed. I don't think it's still key anymore.
Yeah, it's Slayer skill acceleration. I forget the code though.
Yeah.
I think it's something like skill Slayer or something like that, but
I like this new setup that they have. The new exchange coupon code thingy. So much easier to use.
Yep.
Than the old store one.
That's the best part about LOTRO. It just keeps getting better.
Yeah. Yeah, all they need is Coke Zero fountains at each of these areas.
I've got my own
be
Coke
like-
Zero. It is pretty awesome, though, even if they won't officially sponsor me.
You know, it's so funny is that you like Coke Zero. Brother, I love Fountain Diet. That's my favorite. The regular Diet Coke, it's too salty, but the Fountain Diet Coke, oh my goodness, it's so good.
Nightshade X, welcome, welcome. Abracadabra. Yeah. Alakazam.
That's so funny. That's the name of 3 Pokemon right there, right?
Yep.
The Abra, Alakazam, and
Anazamekum. Harmless octopus, howdy howdy. Well, I am just glad to see everybody tonight. We've got some terrific folks just hanging out and chat. Appreciate you guys coming by to watch the stream.
What's the name of the southern place in Angmar? Gabel Chatur or something like that?
Bless you.
You could say if I write the name of a character of mine. I think no streamer up to now has pronounced it correctly.
Do it for us correctly. Go ahead. Teach us.
I will write it in the chat, and then you can try, and then I will say how I imagined it should be. But first, I have to get on the horse.
Hey, good news. They put the 2 transfer tokens back that I lost.
Well, that is
earlier.
good news.
Yeah, now I can transfer something back into Brandywine. One of my unused characters. Let me go look around and see what I want to bring in, because I know I want to take my my Reaver on Land Rover over to Arkin, and I want to take my take something and bring it into Gladden. I mean into Brandy, so I can be useful once again. Brush up on my Russian.
Can you imagine how big the 40 Thieves could get if we actually had a Russian section?
Oh,
that'd be awesome.
Did you see the name?
Millen Rillichel. Millen Rillichel.
Hizzle fo shizzle.
I imagine the name to
Shizzle
be...
my bizzle for the dizzle.
Con226 asks, do you think they will ever add Linden? I don't know. My champion is from Linden. You can be from Linden if you're an elf, but I don't know that it's in the game.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not in the game yet.
I'm sorry, Crowmite. When I was complimenting everybody in chat, I of course did not mean you.
Go
My
ahead,
apologies. And Bellandora, howdy howdy. Yeah, it's a good thing, Talarian, that I wasn't hanging out with that character, because I would have just been like, hey, MFer, come here.
It was a character in Dark Age of Camelot. And Dark Age of Camelot has a nice feature. If you talk to someone, if you want to whisper him, you could abbreviate the character name.
Okay.
You just have to add a hashtag at the end, and the game will look if there is a matching character online. If there are multiple, it will say it's not unique, so you have to make your search string longer. But that name was unique after 3 letters, because the MLL no one
definitely
used. And I imagined the name to be Melinbrillig Frulbechel.
Melinbrillig.
Somehow it should sound Welsh.
Sounds like trying to talk with peanut butter in your mouth or something.
And I tried to pick that name in LOTRO, and LOTRO says that name that makes no sense.
I wonder why. Well, whatever you say, Tally Ryan.
That's cool. That's cool, Tally. It almost sounds Arabic, yeah? Or Hebrew.
I was gonna say Hebrew.
Or Aramaic, yeah.
Or Irish. I'm not very
Maybe
good with
Irish?
languages. No, I was just being a smartass.
Oh, really? Yeah, they had that hoi noi bright koi.
Wait, Big Ed? A smartass?
It happens occasionally.
Never!
I try to control myself, but it gets away from me sometimes.
Well, if you're drunk enough, anything sounds like anything in Irish.
True.
Yeah, those Irish and Scottish names are strange. Like my family Scottish name is spelled Thoene, but so it's like Thune, yeah. But when they pronounce it, it's actually Turner. Here, I'll type it in chat.
No one ever gets my last name right when I spell, for some reason. When I try to just tell it to them. And it's easy. That's what I don't understand. The name's Spivey.
Spivey.
Spivey. How would you spell that?
Spivey.
Like
Got it right.
like the Pokemon? Spivy.
Nope. That would be Spivey. The name's Spivey.
Spivey.
The E makes it a long I.
And everyone always, when they read it, they always say, Mr. Spivey. Just like, oh!
Like Spiffy, but with a V.
That's okay. Everybody calls me Mr. Langy.
You know, actually, I'll take Spiffy. Because at least then it's just like Spivey with the lisp.
There you go.
Oh, I didn't know there was a Dan Spivey as an MMA guy.
Spivey.
Spivey family's got just like, there's no way to get us all together.
Is that Irish?
Scottish.
Scottish? Wow. Very cool.
Spivey
My
named on coat of arms too.
Cool. I don't know a lot of my background. All I know is that my family is originally from Isle of Skye.
Great grandfather was a Scottish man that came over to America and then for whatever reason decided to hook up with a pure Cherokee Native American woman.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what happened there. It was cold out and the sheep ran away.
Why do Scotsmen always wear kilts? Those damn sheep can hear a zipper a mile away.
I was just thinking of the same.
You really should save that joke for Mini Skazi.
Yeah, I haven't told that to him yet.
He's probably heard it before.
A year ago, I read the most incredible book. Was Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Thomas Sowell, and he was talking about the history of the Scots, the 17th century Scots. So interesting. Did you know that they invented the modern fried chicken?
I did not.
Yeah, they are the inventors of modern fried chicken. The Chinese invented fried chicken, but they didn't fry it with that flour sauce. The Scottish were the first ones to soak it in buttermilk and then bread it and then fry it. And it allowed the chicken to last for a whole week.
It does last a good long time.
But the most interesting thing is that he talked about how the Scottish people in the 17th century were still in the dirt and nomads and tribal and really not that educated, Whereas by the 18th century, they were at the top of their game, top engineers, top doctors worldwide, everything. And what happened was is that the Scottish people as a whole invested in private libraries and pushed their whole generation up just from private libraries.
I mean, the United States transformed from dirt farmers to a world power in about 50 or 75 years.
They did that transformation between the 1600s during the Great Reformation into the 1700s when they started to really look hard at John Locke's whole statement about the natural order and natural law. And that belief that they had rights literally pulled them up, gave them enough courage to fight Great Britain. But the Scottish were a huge part of that. The Scottish and the Irish. And then there was silence. Damn you, Coldfells, you killed the chat.
I usually do that with my rants about the new Star Wars movie.
New canon as opposed to old canon.
Well, and then last week I was trying to remember a World War II story about old 666, this bomber that got converted to a Renaissance reconnaissance plane. That was kind of a conversation killer, but a fascinating story. So hopefully one or two people actually went and watched the video on YouTube about it.
Very cool.
Tales of heroism. I heard somebody on the radio today talking about the Hacksaw Ridge movie Mel Gibson just directed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a true story. Apparently the guy ended up on, I want to say Iwo Jima.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
And rescued 75 wounded American soldiers.
Wow. Now there's a subject. The cruelty of the Japanese and why nobody talks about it, but everybody remembers Hitler.
Whatever. Try having Korean family.
Holy smokes.
My mother-in-law grew up in Japanese schools during the occupation, and they were under threat of death if they spoke Korean. And my wife's father was from the north. Just till the day he died, he just hated the Japanese from the occupation period.
Yep. My family, the last of my family, escaped from Kowloon when that whole threat of the Japanese coming in was starting to, proliferate all through China. And the last of them came over and migrated to Hawaii. Luckily, though, in Kowloon, they had the protection of the British, right? But in the
didn't help the Philippines.
China, yeah, oh, holy smokes. The Filipinos, man, they got ravished.
Yeah.
And that whole news now of them trying to break away from U.S. and going to support China, I think just ironic.
Well, they've also changed governments too, and there's all sorts of things going on in that sort of the world.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about Duterte for a second. You want to be a vigilante? Go ahead. Just make sure you sprinkle some little bit of crack cocaine on their body. You'll be awarded a medal. It's true though.
This is turning out to be an episode of what's that show with Jim Caviezel?
No, it's turning out to be like The Purge. You don't like somebody? No, it's turning out to be like The Purge over there. You don't like somebody, you can shoot him in the face. So long as they find crack on his body or some kind of drug, you'll be awarded as a hero.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. Big Ed.
Yo.
It'd probably do you good to pop a Coke while you're doing these quests.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you go and you're burning the idol down and you get attacked at half health, you get killed.
I'll just make sure I'm not at half health.
Japan #1. You know.
Nipponichi!
You will bring great dishonor. Most shameful display.
Nipponichi!
Nipponichi.
Hi. Japan #1. Love the place. Visited many times. Filled up my whole in one, I think 6-month period. I filled up my whole passport book. Just going back and forth to Japan.
Nice.
Love it. Love that place. Love the furo. They have the best food. They're good people. But seriously, nobody ever talks about the cruelty of the Japanese during the Great War. The Great War.
Great War was World War One.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought it was 2.
Nope.
Nah, because before World War II, no one thought there was going to be another world war. So they just called it the Great War.
My bad. Well, then during World War II, nobody talks about the Japanese. Nobody. They bring it up in Chinese kung fu movies. That's about it. Right,
Well,
Sass?
Right,
my wife is over here agreeing with me.
Yeah.
And she's Japanese.
I think there have been plenty of movies about the war in the Pacific and the atrocities that were committed and the march to Bataan. And I mean, if you study history at all.
My wife was just saying that, yeah, it was a weird time, World War II. It was so bad that my wife's family had to change their last name because they were working for the American government. They changed it from a Japanese name to a Hawaiian name so that he could continue working at Pearl Harbor. And it was an American, was it a general? Oh, she's busy. But it was an American officer that had done that for them, because he trusted them and he wanted them to be okay because of all the separation of the Japanese from the population.
Yeah, the internment in the West Coast. And
oh, it happened right here in my front yard, where the road starts all the way down to the golf course in front of my house.
Yeah,
it was one of the concentration camps right there, right here.
Yeah, people forget stuff pretty easily. It's kind of a shame.
Yeah. And the terrible thing is that we don't know how many people the Japanese killed, but it was high. It was high. Yeah. Yeah. All those island areas. Saipan, Guam. And the cool thing, I was talking to my wife about this. We had an argument about this one night. Was the bomb necessary? And I was trying to explain to my wife that Japan was on the brink of the bomb. That U.S. got the bomb first was a fluke, but a good one.
Well, it came down to who could export the most German scientists. The Germans were having a sale on Nazi scientists, and everybody was buying.
Yeah, what's that guy's name? Werner von Braun? Interesting character.
The father of the rocket.
Yeah, yeah. There's a comedian. He was a math teacher. Wrote a story about Werner von Braun. It's hilarious. I wrote a song about him. I'll go look for it and I'll go post it on.
Tom
It's
Leo?
a piano player. Oh, hold on. I'll go look for it. Yes, yes. Like he taught math, but then he also played piano
The
and
new
made funny
math
songs.
is, and the hunting song I know of him.
The only song I
Shooting
can sing
the
from
math.
memory is the
Elements?
no, not the elements. The Jewish. I gotta hear the first words and I can sing it. No, the one he did. He wrote about Tumblr. Wrote about the. I spent Hanukkah in Santa Monica. Yeah, there you go. I spent Shavuos in old St. Louis. Great songs.
Yeah, Deathman's right. That show Tenko that you're talking about never made it over here. You know, I imagine in Australia and New Zealand they're a lot more focused on the Pacific theater. It gets kind of forgotten here in the States. We tend to look back more on the European theater, but for the Australians, that was their backyard. I mean, there was a lot of battles.
I mean, they were next.
Yeah.
They were next. I mean, the Japanese were slowly making their way down the Pacific towards them.
Well, they got as far as Battle of the Coral Sea was not too far off the Australian coast, if I recall.
Yep. And that's when Nimitz went in. A whole bunch of and what's his name regrouped, and he went back and rescued the Philippines and MacArthur in the Philippines, Nimitz in the Pacific. It was really, really great.
I've seen the British have done some movies the last few years dealing with British prisoners in Japanese camps in World War II. Of course, Bridge over the River Kwai was pretty famous.
That's a good one.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. Was that another one with David Bowie?
I'm David Bowie.
Let's dance. Put on your red shoes and dance the blues. Let's swing. Hey, who is Neuron Wolf asking? Are you talking to Big Ed? Neuron?
I think it's Brandywine.
I'm playing on Brandywine at the moment. I also play on Crick Hollow and Arkenstone fairly regularly. And I do have characters on Gladden and Landrival. I just don't get over to those servers quite as often. And by not quite as often, I mean almost never.
Wow, Big Ed. I have characters on all of those servers.
There you go.
That's cool. I didn't know that. That's awesome.
I think I even created a character on Evernight, too. I mean, why not? It's not like it costs me anything.
Did I tell you what I did on Evernight?
No.
That's my TP farming server.
Oh, okay.
So I built a tank, and I built six minis.
Nice.
They're all like level 30 to level 6.
I just have 3 minutes. And considering it, I'm missing a dwarf.
I have a horrible confession to make. I don't like dwarves. Not that I dislike all dwarves, but I don't play them myself. All my characters, except for one. I've got a Dwarf Guardian on Crick Hollow. He's my lowest level character, and I don't hardly ever play him. I don't know what it is. I just don't get into playing dwarves. Probably because I'm only 5'6" in real life. To me, it's not role playing.
Reverse those numbers and you get my height, to be honest.
Well, there you go. Like for Grizzly, he probably wouldn't want to role play a Bjorning because he practically is one.
Pretty much.
Don't laugh at that. That was mean. You guys are cruel.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I'm just making fun of me.
Oh. Thought that was a compliment.
It is a compliment.
Neuron Wolf posted Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima.
Yeah, there you go.
Great films. There's also one called The March to Bataan. That one is sad as hell. I think it's a John Wayne movie. Yeah, in fact, there's a lot of John Wayne movies that talked about the cruelty of the Japanese, but man. Good point, Khan. No worries, Khan. I always play a female hobbit. Always.
So no Lore Master.
For the booty,
Yeah,
right?
I've never done Lore Master or Cappy.
Female hobbit for the booty, right?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's the scream. It's the little.
Oh, that's messed up, man.
It's they have that awesome scream. I love it.
I just want a Wilhelm scream. You know what the Wilhelm scream is, right?
No, I don't.
It's the Star Wars scream of ah! It's when the Star Trooper goes ah! That stock scream. That's used in more movies than just Star Wars.
Oh, that's... They were doing the I forget the name of the sound guys. They have a specific name. The guys that do the sound effects.
Yeah.
And they take like the elephant roar and the lion's roar, and then they would squeeze it, compress it, and speed it up, and then it would become like the sound of the whatever. It's really cool. They take the metal sheets and they bang it, and then they take and they compress the sound, and then they would amplify it by 4 times. Oh, it's really, really interesting. The sound effects people.
Huh.
There's a name for them though. I forget the name.
I know what you're talking about.
They're called.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'll go look it up.
As long as he
Never
knows.
mind.
If,
I remember. It's called Foley.
okay.
Foley artist.
I was going to say, if you
Yeah.
come back and tell us it's sound engineer or sound technician, we will make fun of you. I'm just letting you know.
No. Sound engineer is totally different.
Okay.
Sound engineer is the guy who records the sound.
Okay.
Foley artist is the person who goes and
Creates
makes,
the sound.
Yes.
Okay.
He creates different sounds.
Iron Wolf, I don't think links are allowed. Unless
Like-
you get permissions.
If I wanted to be a Foley, then like I could create the sound of a sheep with a Scotsman standing behind it by going ma ma ma.
Daddy, don't do that.
Neuron,
Too
if
much?
you look up the chat, there's a Discord link. You go to that Discord link, and you can post links there at Big Ed's Discord site.
Yes.
If I'm not wrong, in the LOTRO stream channel, if it's not abused, links are allowed. If it might be closed if it will be abused.
I was about to say, isn't it like, doesn't Nightbot still pop up?
My my Moobot was set by Eldolith. I have no idea what's restricted and what's not.
I did not realize Wikipedia had an article on the Wilhelm.
What do you need?
That's kind of awesome.
That is kind of
Cool.
awesome. That's where I need to go.
Rodolith.
Oh. Live! Live! He lived! Good. He didn't even get injured.
Oh. What?
I think there's another Carghoul down here somewhere, isn't there?
I broke it. You didn't even break your leg. Look at that.
I know.
Wow.
I feel like sometimes it doesn't actually break your legs even when you fall from like 20 feet. So long
Is that
as you're
because
on...
you're a bird and you have resistance?
Nope. I just skidded my way down the side.
Oh, you just pushed against the wall.
It was just dumb luck.
Good for you.
Yeah, because sometimes it works, and then sometimes you jump out of like a 3-foot window and
Yes.
like a tiny little hill. Or
there
was a hill, there was a path that was going downhill. I jumped while auto running, and it still broke my legs.
There's an oven in Shire at the first crafting area.
Yeah.
And if you jump from the box to the oven, in between the box, there's a little spot where it'll allow you to fall forever. And then once you move the character, he stops falling and he hits the ground and dies. And it says you have experienced, well, what's the phrase it pops up? Misadventure?
Yep.
Yeah, you've experienced misadventure.
Yeah.
Death by misadventure.
But you just you jump off that little box, and in between the oven and the box, it's like a foot drop. But you can, if you get it just right, you'll just fall continuously, and you'll just like stay there in the air like ah. And unless you have the bird move, where you can, fall gracefully, you're dead.
It wouldn't prevent you from to die from misadventure.
Yeah.
The general
really?
rule, the rule is
never mind
that
then.
any fall that you would die from, safe fall can't protect you. It'll only protect you from getting hurt on a fall that you'd normally survive.
It just basically safe fall just prevents you from breaking your legs, not.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know that.
And
I thought it saved my life.
No, I wish.
No, just it basically lets you role play as a Shire paratrooper.
Wait, because you can jump off. Oh, never mind. Because you hit the water. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say you can jump off the waterfall by TA into the water, directly into the water, but you hit the water and you live with broken legs.
Yeah, I once tried to do the blind leaper in Moria, and when jumping from the stairs, from the entrance of the stairs down, I lived. I was not killed.
Wow.
So I could swim around in the water, and there are 2 water surfaces that are, I would say, 5 meters apart, and they are on a different height level, but you could swim from one to the other and vice versa.
Wow. Hey, wait. You know what? I know a discrepancy on that fall. Is if you do the Moria well from the crossroads, and you fall onto a rock, you can safe fall with the berg onto a rock. Because I've done that before.
My experience in that is, if you have a slow computer, you will live. If you have a fast computer, you will die.
Ah.
Because my imagination is the client will not kill you if it's not if you are not out of loading screen. And if you fall, you will get the loading screen to get into the waterworks. And if you fall the distance to the ground in the time where you are loading, you will not die.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think it's that, but I'm not sure.
Chromite said that they fixed it, that you die midway no matter what now.
Well, that's silly.
I know. Wait, so like if you fall in the water, you still die?
At least there.
You shouldn't break your legs. You should be exhausted. It should it should be a different effect. So perhaps you can fall a longer distance if you land in water, but you might be out of air or something like that and move slower because of that.
I mean, the reason why you break your legs is I've seen it from another camera angle when somebody else falls. Have you ever seen it?
When someone falls through them, yeah.
When they fall into the water, their character model hits the ground, hits the floor of the water.
Yes.
That's why they break their legs. It's the funniest thing to just see them.
Yeah. But they live. Well, they used to live. According to Chromite, now they die. I even filmed it once. Me going down on one of my dwarfs, just sorry, me falling down.
Yeah, I was gonna say phrasing.
I'm on my dwarf and I'm taking pictures of the fall all the way down till we hit the water.
That still might be phrasing. You clearly like dwarves a lot more than I do.
Love them. Favorite character in Game of Thrones? Tyrion.
Another glitch I experienced concerning the well. I was jumping down the well because I wanted to go to the waterworks, but I did not port.
Oh.
I was 20 meters down the well and nothing happens. I had to port out.
Yeah, Neuron Wolf. They used to allow you, if you hit the water from the well, it would save your life. You'd live. So it used to be a shortcut, an old shortcut for old Moria, when Moria was endgame. Neuron Wolf, what level are your characters on Brandywine?
Yeah, Aaron Wolf. I don't know.
Maybe they'll come out with an improved safe fall skill where a little parachute pops out.
Or a consumable item.
Yeah.
Be like little underwear and shirts all tied together.
Or we could hang glide like in Crisis or something.
You don't have to have a parachute. You have a. You still have these coats and. No, cloaks. Sorry, cloaks.
I would think as big. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You could use the cloak.
You're thinking wingsuits there, Talarian?
Some kind of. Just the Bergs know how to use them.
That'd be cool. Or we could just use our kites to slow our descent. If you've got a festival kite, you can use it to live.
I was speculating about that. If you could fall a longer distance if you have the kite out.
So this is this is the one I saved earlier. I thought it was a different one. There's another wounded soldier somewhere here on the landscape. I'm sorry, I was actually talking about the game. I apologize.
No worries. Go find those wounded soldiers. No, I was just gonna say, some of those hats in game, cosmetic hats in game, could probably lift a hobbit if it caught air.
Yep.
Flying Nun 2.0.
Yeah, but to make it more realistic, you have to do something like if there could be locks where a hobbit could sneak under, but an elf not, and some jumps should be shorter for hobbits. But I think if they made it that realistic, the players will complain about it. But otherwise, the players do complain nonetheless. So.
Yeah, they always find something to complain about. Everybody wants an easy button.
Yeah.
An umbrella like the penguin is an excellent suggestion, Deathman. If you could keep Prunella's Aunt Prunella's umbrella from the Shire, you could use it to save your life.
Are penguins law conform?
You're talking about Penguin from DC cartoons.
Batman's
comics.
arch nemesis, yeah.
Yeah. Quack, 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 quack.
Batman's mid nemesis. Arch nemesis has got to be the joke.
Fair enough.
I don't know. Yeah, if you were to think of any person that he fought the most, it would either be the Joker or Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah, Penguin's just kind of like, he's there.
Yeah, he's like one of the lower mafia dons, whereas the Joker is the ultimate. And you know what? I would say, yeah, Joker is because he killed Robin.
Dude, no
sorry,
spoiler
spoilers?
alert?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. You didn't read it? I apologize. Wasn't that like back in like 2005?
Probably. Yeah, that's okay.
And he wasn't the Nightwing Robin. It was the third Robin, the young. It was the one that took over for Nightwing.
What can I
It was the name of the comic was Killing Joke.
The Killing Joke, yeah.
Yeah. I collected all the way up till the one where Bane snaps Batman's back, 500, and then I stopped collecting the Batman.
Detective Comics 500.
No, it wasn't Detective. It was the regular Batman.
Oh.
But I don't have the. I never did collect any of those old detectives. I wish I did. Those are, holy smokes, those are millions. Deathman, did you guys ever see the SNL spoof on Batman and Robin?
Arian Gase?
Yeah,
Or
Gary and Ace.
Gary and Ace, yeah.
What's it called? The ambiguously gay duo.
Yep.
They did a real life one. Did you see that one?
That one I never saw.
Where John Hamm plays Gary. Great job, Ace. You gotta Google it. It's hilarious. It starts off as cartoon and then it goes into the real life. And John Hamm is like, he's awesome.
He is awesome.
Ambiguously gay duo. He keeps. Who's playing the sound effect in the background? That's hilarious.
Well, I think that's Grizzly.
Oh, crap. Yeah, I can hear that.
Yeah.
Why is this not?
Is it a tennis match?
No.
With the kind, what's her name? Steffi Graf.
No.
Right? She grunts right every time, yeah.
No, it's not.
And then Venus Williams.
I thought
Steffi Graf again.
the noises making is like
wasn't
really rhythmically. I thought it was some kind of Japanese hentai cartoon porn or something.
Oh no!
I didn't know what Grizz had going on there. I didn't want to ask.
I'm just getting my butt kicked in the game.
All right, fair enough.
I promise.
They had this article. It was in ESPN magazine. They're talking about how I forget the name of the tennis player, but she grunts. She's a Russian player and she grunts a lot.
Sharapova?
Sharapova. There you go. Like all her male fan base is like mainly people that come to the match or watch the matches just to hear her grunt.
But wasn't the first one Monica Seles?
Probably.
It's
Do
hilarious.
that excessively.
Alright, you guys shouldn't be able to hear my guy getting
Grunting.
rammed in the face anymore.
That may also be a case for phrasing.
Just getting railed straight in the face.
All right. A way to take one for the team, Grizz.
Please. Please stop. Don't do it.
Defeat orgs. Who am I supposed to give the stupid dagger to?
Willow, you idiot!
Willow.
Oh,
Don't
back to
do that.
Oscalad. Okay, fair enough.
I did not understand. I watched Willow when I was way too young and did not understand what was going on.
There's a book that came out after Willow. It talks about after the death of Medmardigan and how Willow goes on to end the Alona Dane. She grows up.
What?
And it's
Conan asks, why do you quest at Mirkwood?
Go ahead, Ed.
I'm beginning to wonder myself, to be honest. I would like to get the Ambassador of the Elves title, so I'm just doing quests so I can unlock the skirmishes and hopefully get to Kindred, which is probably... I shouldn't look, because as soon as I see how much more rep I need, I'm going to be like, oh, holy God, what am I doing? I should be moving on.
Or you'll be like, oh, hey, I can actually do this. Flip a coin, Ed. What you got?
Ugh, see, I shouldn't have looked. I need 25.5.
Look at him! Little Ed Mustafa! Woohoo!
Needing 25.5 is better than
He's
only
adorable.
having 25.5.
I suppose. And actually, after getting celebrated at Minas Tirith, everything else seems easy. Congratulations on getting 60,000 more rep points. You've just completed Ally. Now you need 90,000 more to finish. It's like, who's the sick bastard who thought this was a good idea?
And I still don't know why.
Yeah, there was never any reason for it other than they gave you 50 turbine points. I mean, it's like, I understand that as players we go through content faster than they can produce it. But man, some of the grinds they put at the end of these new regions, Heightbolt is the classic example. That was completely pointless.
It was awesome.
It
Heightbolt.
introduced phased instancing, but I was so mad when I got done with Heightbolt, and it's like, really? The only thing I get for this is a title that every other 85th level character already has?
You also got armor to use for any class from then on.
The armor was good.
The armor was awesome. In fact, I used that armor over the the Moor's armor
Excuse
because
me.
it boosted the guard like 300 plus in morale.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yep.
It took the hunter. It boosted his crit and his damage to like ungodly levels. It was really really awesome. The minstrel, like they all had these really great, and there was the three different types of armor. So it's to me it was I loved Hydebolt. I really enjoyed finishing it because just for that armor bonus.
And like this quest mechanic here, they just had me ride all the way here from Thangalore just so I can turn around and ride back now. It's like, go ride to the different settlement for no reason.
What can I do?
That's also a quest mechanic that I hate.
We'll give you free rep and some money.
Yeah.
Not enough money to pay the stable master. Did you see the quest in the new area where you can choose to get 50 gold?
No, that's crazy.
Really?
Really?
Cool.
And I think it's really it's logical that you get that amount. But I won't spoil anything. So just the reward, and I turned it down.
Neron Wolf, I think he's doing the epic line so that he can unlock his skirmish, the 3 free skirmishes.
3?
Yeah, you get 3 free skirmishes on in Mirkwood.
Danenglor, Tangulat, Necromancer's Gate, another one.
Wait, 3 are paid and 3 are free.
No, 5 are free.
5 are free. Oh, I didn't.
I think
I'm
there
wrong,
is
then.
no in Mirkwood. There's no skirmish that has to be bought. They have to be unlocked.
I think isn't there like a whole bunch that you pay for? The Dalgorder and
I don't think so.
yeah, I think there's like 3 or 4 you pay for. The one where you do the prison.
Yeah, I thought if you bought the zone, or if you bought the expansion, they came with the expansion.
It comes with it if you own the area.
Yeah, but these are instances, not skirmishes.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm that picky, but.
Oh, so there's 5 skirmishes.
Yeah, 5 skirmishes.
And I remember Danenglor, and then I remember the 3 at the end. So I remember 4. What's the 5th one?
Defense of Thangulat, where you have to shoot with the ballistas.
Yeah, that's one of the 3 at the end.
No, that is the second one in the row, and that is reaching the Necromancer's Gate, and I don't really remember the name of the English name because I could just say the German name, but I don't know if you will recognize.
There's one that Breacher is when you go all the way up and you fight the troll at the end. And then there's the one that you fight the dragon at the end. Then there's the one with the ballistas, and then there's Danenglor.
Well, Danenglor, breaching the Necromancer's Gate, assault on the Ringwraith's lair,
assault of the Ringwraith's lair. That was
battle in the tower. Or I'm wrong.
Oh, battle in the tower.
No, that's correct.
Battle in the tower.
And what is that, 4?
No, it's the Ringwraith, Necromancer's Gate, Danenglor, Thangulat, and fight in the tower. So that should be 5.
Okay, yeah, okay. I always forget the fight in the tower, because that's the one where you fight what's his name at the end. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, and Protectors of Thangalhad's a defensive skirm.
You are not allowed to kill him.
Well, there you go. Actually, those are all listed as skirmishes.
Yeah, you're correct. Five free skirmishes. I apologize.
Plus one in the volume 3, the Nuskashu, Rescue Nuskashu, and 3 in the Moria, the
Yeah,
How
man.
can I be of service?
Turbine, they spoil us. I mean, any other game, they would make you pay for all that stuff, but
Might you
they
stand a
give the
moment's
player, the beginning player, so much free,
Stay a moment.
so many free opportunities to play at start game or end game. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And as mentioned before on many streams, I think the free-to-play model of Lord of the Rings is a very player-friendly one.
Yeah. Deathman, Stormon Methedras is a paid one. Is a paid skirm.
Yeah, but it's nice.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. For leveling. It's quick. You get an end game character and then you take as many guys as you want at that level. And you just go and gather all the ads, kill them one time, and you can finish that thing in 2 minutes. And it's a lot of XP and a lot of tokens.
And was what Iron Wolf just said with Elrond. Yeah, Elrond is a pain in the ass. Go to Elrond and ask him. Okay, going back. Then, okay, we have to get this scroll. Get the scroll, get back. Oh, I can't read it. Go to Elrond. Go back. Oh, we could do that. We have to collect something different. Go and get it. Okay, I can't read it. Go to Elrond.
For a lot of those, I just saved up my myth tokens, and just for that whole set and the quest line where you go and you gather all the Dunedain.
Yep.
I just myth token that sucker.
No, I don't.
These are a blessing.
I don't use mythical coins on that, because the collection of the Rangers, you always get the opportunity to get a map to the next one.
Now you do. Now you do. Not before.
No, that was also in the beginning. But in the beginning, when level 65 was level capped, those other rewards were really worth doing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you
ended up taking those, yeah.
A scroll to exchange will or something like that, that was really worthy not doing it. But today it's not that big deal.
Yeah.
And funny thing is, if you're doing it on Guardian and doing it with a partner, he can use the map and you can be summoned back.
Yeah.
And you could do the could get the other reward.
Or a Cappy.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys have finally come up for air. Fantastic. Anyway, I have run about 2 hours over how I was scheduled to stream tonight, which is fine. I had fun. Hadn't had much of a chance to play this week, so I definitely wanted to get out and stretch my legs a little. I really appreciate. We got 27 people here still watching me, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning East Coast time. I just really appreciate you guys coming out, watching the stream. I appreciate everybody who hung out with me in Discord tonight. Coldfells, Telerian, Ninth Pawn, Grizz, Zinger, of course. Just glad to have you guys with me, so thanks for the love. And have a great night. Hopefully, I will be popping up a little more frequently as my wife continues to heal and get better. If nothing else, we're getting her left arm strengthened up so she doesn't need me. At least she's had me carrying her purse for the last 2 weeks. I'm going to be really happy when she's healed. But Baklagor, welcome. Good to see you. Baklagor is another LOTRO stream team member, so hello to him.
Just remember, when you carry her purse, it's a European satchel.
Well, she at least changed it out so that her bag matches my belt now, so I'm excited about that.
Good.
So we'll make it work.
God blessings to your wife. Hope she gets better soon.
She's mending nicely, so we're looking forward to that, and I know she'll be happy to be able to sleep comfortably through the night for a change. So hopefully I will be around more this weekend, and you guys have a great night. I looked, and there's not another soul streaming LOTRO on Twitch right now. I am it. So we don't really have anybody to raid or anybody to host. So I will simply wish you all a good night, and I will end with this message. If you like LOTRO and you have any interest in streaming it at all, not even... I mean, if you want to join the LOTRO stream team, terrific. But if you just want to try streaming LOTRO, please reach out to any of the other LOTRO streamers. We'd love to add more people to the streaming community here on Twitch. Our goal is to have LOTRO represented 24/7, and now I'm going to be panged with guilt because nobody else will probably be streaming it until Miniskazi pops on in about 4 hours. So we like to keep it rolling so that you guys have somebody to watch, so that people know that the game is alive, it's doing well, it's vibrant. I've bragged about this for the last 3 weeks, and I'll do it again. When they did the Update 19 preview, and Cordovan streamed it on Twitch during his Friday stream, or Thursday stream, that video, they posted it to YouTube. He had almost 500 viewers live when he was displaying it. They had 12,000 hits the first week that video was up on YouTube. You know, the talk that LOTRO's dying, the talk that nobody's interested in LOTRO, the talk that nobody's playing, it's crap. There's tons of people out there playing the game, tons of people interested in it. And, you know, 2/3 of the LOTRO players probably don't even know about Twitch yet. So as we continue to represent and continue to put the game out there for people to see, I mean, almost every stream we hear from people who are like, oh yeah, boy, watching this really makes me miss LOTRO. I should download it again. Old players are coming back. New players are discovering the game. The price is right. And in Twitch, at this point in LOTRO's life, I believe Twitch is very important to continuing to market LOTRO and keep it vibrant going forward.
Amen.
So if you've got any interest in streaming it, we'd love to help you. Anybody can do what I do because it ain't that complicated, or I would have already messed this up. So if I can help anybody get started, just reach out to me. And the stuff that I don't know how to do, I can point you towards people who are better at it than me. I know Chromite was here in chat earlier. He's been really great about helping people get their setups tweaked. It doesn't cost anything. Twitch accounts are free. You can use OBS software, open broadcast software. It's freeware. The software's free. You already have a computer. You wouldn't be watching, and you wouldn't have anything to play LOTRO on. So the odds are you don't need anything other than to spend a little bit of time setting up things so you can stream. Once you get the hang of it, you can add a camera later. You can add a second monitor. You don't have to spend a lot of money right away. It does kind of become a hobby within a hobby. I've got the Logitech C920 camera, and I broke the mute button on this headset, my wireless Turtle Beach headset. So I use that as justification for dropping $130 on a Blue Yeti mic.
Nice.
I'll be honest, I just wanted the Blue Yeti mic for no reason. So So once you get used to streaming, if you feel like it, you will find ways to spend extra money that you probably don't need to, but you don't have to do that to get started. And you know, there's people who haven't been streaming very long, myself included, that are LOTRO stream team members. If you have a little bit of streaming experience and you've got some time during a time slot where nobody else is normally streaming, please reach out and let us know. We want to fill this channel 24/7, and don't feel like you can't stream if somebody else is streaming LOTRO. What's really great to see is when you hop on Twitch on a Tuesday or Wednesday, and we've got the official stream going, and 3 or 4 other stream team members are also out doing their own thing. I mean, the goal is to build LOTRO's profile, to get more viewers and more channels, and elevate LOTRO up on Twitch's front page so that it's not the 400th game down the list. You know, we're not going to be top 10, but maybe we can get to top 100. And, you know, there's a lot of bad MMOs that are still around that unfortunately have more viewership than LOTRO used to have. But boy, it's going the right direction in a big hurry right now, and we want to keep that going. So I'm done preaching to the choir out there. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me. And I will silently count to 15 so I don't end the stream too early. So thanks.
Take care, Big Ed.
Have a good night, guys.
Aloha.
Don't make me lose count. 8, 9, 10. Eldolith always yells at me. She's like, don't cut off OBS so soon. Nobody can hear what you're saying when you're signing off. I figure nobody listens to me when I'm talking anyway, so nobody's going to notice if I cut myself off mid-sentence. Bye, guys.
Take care, brother. Aloha.